session now, so I would kindly ask you all to find your seats. Yeah, I know it's happy times engaging with one another, but I guess it's time to get to serious discussions. Yeah. Okay, please, can you come forward? I mean, we're still expecting more people to join us, so if we can create space for them at the back, it would be nice if we come cozy together. So please come forward, kindly asking. Thank you. Okay, so I want to just start by welcoming each and every one of you to this African Voices session. Distinguished guests, the Deputy Director from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland, the Rwandan Ambassador to the Nordics, our dear friend and boss here, and Professor Anthony Young, and the Director from the AFDB, Department of Green Growth and Climate Change, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us in today's session. We understand that it's been 2 days packed full of activities, WCF, so we do not take your presence here for granted. My name is Bonwa Fwankwal. I'm a staff of Dalberg Implement, and for the past about 3 years now, I've been program manager to the African Circular Economy Alliance, and in the course of my work, I've met with and engaged with a lot of you here, so I consider you all friends. Thank you so much for joining us. I also want to use this opportunity to welcome our guests or our audience that are joining us online, both panelists and participants as well. Thank you so much. And for the online participants, just want to inform you that there's English-French interpretation on the Zoom platform. And there's also going to be opportunities for you to ask questions using the chat function of the Zoom platform. So please feel free to maneuver over the icon with the world shape on the Zoom platform. You'll be able to get French interpretation there. The session will also be recorded and available online. So feel free to go back and rewatch the sessions, or if there's any part you will have missed, it will be available after this session today. Feel free to tweet and post on various social media platforms using the hashtag WCEF2023 African Voices Session. We'll be happy to hear your opinions about the session as we carry on. The last 2 days have been really engaging. And for me, what has stood out to me was learning about the different emerging technologies and efforts going into making circular economy fit for climate, nature, and the economy. I have been challenged personally to think outside the box in the way I approach and view solutions to circular economy, particularly on the role that private sector can play to support governments in their achievement of the circular economy agenda. So it has also been a great opportunity to network with dear friends, get to know what is going on within our various organizations, and explore possible links and synergies as we work together towards this very great agenda. So in line with this, we're all gathered here to talk Africa. Last year, the forum was hosted in Kigali, and it was an opportunity for us to throw light on certain themes on the continent that speak to circular economy and to which we should put our focus. I mean, not all, but there's always a starting point to that. We hope that in this session, we'll be able to showcase what is still going on the African continent, not all of it, but some of what is still going on the African continent. And today's conversation is going to focus on 3 key themes, as you can see on the screen. circular economy and resource efficiency in Africa's mining and nature-based sectors, a common approach to standards, particularly on RPET standards for recycling on the continent. And then the last session will be on circular food systems in Africa and a just transition to circular economy. But before we go into these topics, these very key topics, it is my pleasure to invite the Deputy Director from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland to come and give us a welcome address as we have come here to Finland. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's an honor. Ambassador of Rwanda, all ambassadors present here today, high officials, excellencies, government, private sector, and civil society representatives, both here and online. And of course, colleagues from African Development Bank, including Professor Nyong from African Circular Economy Alliance and the network, the organizers of this event. It's great to be here, an honor to speak here. On behalf of the Foreign Ministry, I welcome you once again to the World Circular Economy Forum in Helsinki. It is a pleasure to have you here. Our ministry team, together with the bank, with the alliance and with the network, have put in their best efforts for many weeks now so that you would feel welcome. I hope that you have enjoyed the program so far and that we have made you feel welcome indeed. My most important message actually today is our appreciation for your partnership and commitment. You being here at this event, at this African Voices event, is actually a good testimony of the importance that circular economy has gained in Finland-Africa relations. In this year's forum, we have a very strong participation from Africa, from East, West, North, South, and we are very thrilled that you have responded positively to our call. In several African countries also during this week, we've had side events in cooperation with our embassies that have been organized in cooperation or in conjunction to the World Circular Economy Forum. So a lot of activities have been going on this week. And this week, of course, is an excellent continuation to last year's event, so successfully organized in Rwanda for the first time in Africa, as we all know. We've heard many times this week that circularity is a necessity. It is key in transitioning to a carbon-neutral society. It is also an important element in contributing to economic growth. And that is why Finland provides support to circular economy in Africa through the African Development Bank. We are strategic partners of African Circular Economy Alliance, and 4 years ago at the forum here in Helsinki, together with African Development Bank and the Nordic Development Fund, we decided to establish a facility to promote circular economy in the public and private sectors. We are very pleased to see that the facility has indeed gained momentum. It is now operating at full capacity in promoting circular economy roadmaps and private sector initiatives in Africa. Last year, the facility was also involved in producing the Circular Economy Forum in Kigali, together with the bank, with the alliance, and with the network. It is indeed very important to recognize that we are on this path together. We need each other to figure out how to make circularity a reality in Africa and elsewhere. And that's why we appreciate so much that all of you are here today, sharing your ideas and cooperation. For sure, it's going to be an exciting session this morning. We thank our partners for organizing it. I'm sure we're going to hear lots of African voices. Personally, I very much look forward to the discussion, and I wish you all an excellent session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Director. Thank you also to the Ministry for the support they have given us to plan this session. I remember her coming on one of the calls with us when we were planning, so much appreciated. Next, I'll be calling on the Ambassador of Rwanda to the Nordics, Her Excellency Dr. Dan Goshumba, to come for her keynote speech. After her speech, the hosts of the African Circular Economy Alliance and Director of the Green Growth and Climate Change Department of the African Development Bank would also come and welcome us to this session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's been a great pleasure to be with you over the last 2 days for this important forum here in Helsinki. Thank you very much for joining us for this session focusing on Africa. This session was organized by the Africa Circular Economy Alliance and partners to present circular economy efforts from the African continent across 3 core themes, namely natural resources, plastics, and food system. As you know, the Alliance was conceived in 2016 during the World Economic Forum on Africa held in Kigali, Rwanda, and formally launched at the COP23 in Bonn in 2017 as a government-led coalition of African nations. The mission of the Alliance is to stimulate and push Africa's transformation into a circular economy that delivers economic growth, jobs, and positive environmental outcomes. Since its establishment, the Alliance has aggressively pushed forward the circularity agenda. To date, the Alliance has provided policy support and advisory, leadership and advocacy and support for scaling circular economy businesses and projects in member states, which is very good. The Alliance has also spearheaded the market research that identified the 5 most promising sectors with the greatest potential to drive the circular economy in our continent. Food systems, packaging, the built environment, fashion and textile, and electronics offer immediate opportunities for increased circularity. Investing in those sectors will create jobs, protect our environment, and further position Africa as the place to be when it comes to circularity. Lastly, the Alliance, in partnership with the government of Rwanda and the Finnish Innovation Fund, have successfully organized the World Circular Economy Forum on Africa continent and the first ever in Global South. We welcome the Kigali call to action for a circular future that resulted from the forum, and that we are confident that everyone will put into action. Delegates committed to act with determination and urgency to advance circular economy actions to address the existential threats and environmental crisis of climate change, biodiversity, loss, and global pollution. We hope it doesn't stay at the conference venue, and we hope by now many countries have started implementing the resolutions. Building on that progress, the Alliance and partners are organizing today's session to trigger discussions on how to formalize, upscale, and globally market circular solutions in 3 key sectors that are green mining and critical raw materials, plastic, and resilience food system. I would like to thank the Alliance Secretariat and partners who managed the effort to make the accelerator session happen. I would also like to thank the African Development Bank and our strategic partners who make every effort to enable the Alliance to continue serving as the preferred forum for ambitious conversations and actionable partnerships to advance the circular economy at regional and continental level. There is no doubt that the strong political will and leadership represented in the Alliance will result in remarkable progress and an enabling environment for the circular economy on the continent. Before closing, I would like to share with you something very important. When the Deputy Director General says, we've come from far, we've come from Africa to attend this very important forum and wish us fruitful deliberations, we really mean it. We came from far. We've been here for 3 days, but we are really looking for actions, concrete actions. And I was discussing with her one issue. We've been discussing with the government of Finland, the government of Rwanda, the possibility to sign a double taxation avoidance agreement. And it has taken so long. And I know people are very busy, but without concrete actions, we'll be having conferences, forum, resolutions. That's one example I'm giving, and I'm really looking forward to a push. I know people are busy, but this would be one key achievement. And as we were discussing yesterday, circular economy is an open door to businesses. We think waste management is a burden, but as explained yesterday in various sessions, we can do good businesses around all these topics. And this double taxation avoidance agreement is one of the key things we're looking to attain in collaboration with you, Madam Deputy Director General. And I wish you all a very successful session this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. I was told I didn't need an introduction, but I thought for those who've always seen me in suit and tie, I would still recognize that it's the same person that is here. So thank you so very much. Honorable ministers here represented, Ambassador Gashumba, Dr. Gashumba, you're welcome. Deputy Director General, Ms. Priya Chowdhury, friends, colleagues, those joining online. Let me thank you for coming. And first, let me thank the government of Finland for initiating and sustaining this forum, the World Circular Economy Forum. It is your gift to the world, and we're proud to be a part of it. It started here, and we're here back again. So thank you very much, Madam Deputy Director General. Please convey our appreciation to the government of Finland. And the African Development Bank is also pleased to co-host this event that will showcase Africa's talent, resources, and opportunities to deliver the global agendas, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the Paris Agreement through tapping into the economic and nature benefits of the circular economy. And over the last 2 days, we've heard from circular economy implementers, decision makers, a wide range of stakeholders on the role that circular economy plays and the solutions that it offers for nature and the economy by putting nature's values at the heart of economics, not profit. One key point that has stood out from the very interesting and insightful presentations of the last 2 days is the growing role that innovation and innovative approaches can play in the adoption of circular economy in Africa and a strong link with biodiversity conservation. Africa is considered the next frontier for global production, given its abundant, unexploited natural resources, especially in energy and in agriculture. Like my president at the African Development Bank normally says, that Africa is such a continent that if you throw a seed in this air, as it lands on the ground, it's germinating already. And we have so much fertile land. Why are we hungry? Beyond nature, there are also other opportunities. For instance, consuming spending was expected to reach $1.4 trillion by 2020 and hit $2.1 trillion by 2025. By 2030, the demand for food in urban areas in Africa will treble to $1 trillion. And by 2030, 2 billion people will need food and clothing on the continent, not counting the other goods that we should by then be making, processing, consuming, and exporting. Circular economy has an opportunity to drive whole of society transformations and innovations, and it has massive economic benefits. It also has the potentials as a solution for green growth. Natural resources management is directly tied to at least 12 of the 17 SDGs. Practices that are more efficient could cut greenhouse gas emissions by 60%. In Africa, the circular economy represents a market opportunity of about $8 billion annually. You would have noticed, I'm not talking about the problems. Everybody knows the problems, and we have invested so much in the problems, magnified the problems so much that the opportunities get lost. This is an opportunity. Circular economy in Africa, like I've said, is not a story of doom and gloom. It's a story of opportunities. And that these opportunities I've talked about present a shift in the current linear production model to a circular one to minimize resource waste. However, due to a range of challenges, including lack of effective legislation, limited awareness, inadequate waste management systems, only 10% of the waste generated in Africa is recycled, with significant volumes left on the streets and at informal landfills. As we will hear today, many of the solutions and innovations to advance circularity exist already, and many of them come from the private sector when and if the policy environment is conducive for them. The challenge now is how to lower the cost and the real and perceived risks for private capital to flow into circular economy activities in Africa. We have a lot of thriving businesses on the continent. But when you mention Africa, the first thing everybody thinks about is risk. And those who are there making good business. And every other person is thinking and reading of the perceived risks that many of them do not exist. The African Development Bank has put in place several de-risking financial instruments and programs, including for capacity enhancement, such as the Africa Circular Economy Facility that the Deputy Director General has talked about, which has been set up with generous support from the government of Finland and the Nordic Development Fund. The Africa Circular Economy Facility is structured to support the creation of the necessary institutional and policy frameworks to foster the adoption of circular economy solutions on the African continent. It also provides private sector support through business development programs for startups and SMEs in circular economy. One clear project we're handling at the bank is the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, a joint initiative between the African Development Bank and the Global Center on Adaptation. This aims to empower innovative youth entrepreneurs to address climate change, adaptation, and circular economy issues on the African continent. Africa's population, median age 19.7. I'll keep shouting this so that everybody understands what we are sitting on. It could be a disaster or it could be an opportunity. But we've chosen that our young population would be an opportunity, would be a blessing, not a curse on the continent. And so what we're doing is for every project we finance on the African continent, it must create jobs. But then we know not everybody wants your job. Many are youthful entrepreneurs. I keep talking about Kenya. When Kenya hadn't conquered the landline, it hadn't the capacity to manufacture cell phones, but it created M-Pesa, money transfer, that has become the mother of all money transfer operations here. And so we believe that somewhere on the African continent is a group that with that can-do spirit that we had in the creation of M-Pesa that will provide a solution to climate change, to green growth. So what we have done is create what we call the Youth Adapt Challenge of young businesses owned by young people, male and female, to be able to transform our climate change space. And what we do is we take about 15 winners every year. We've done 2 sets now, so we have close to about 30 winners. And we provide them with seed capital of about $100,000. It's money, it's not money we just throw at you, no. We walk you through your milestones and take you to a place, from a place of being a nano entrepreneur to being an SME that allows you to be able to access SME finances. And we have great stories from these innovators. And so today we're going to meet 2 of those winners of the Youth Adapt Challenge program. One is Noel Ngesan, the founder of Lono, which locally manufactured fermentation technology that farmers and entrepreneurs can use to directly produce organic fertilizers and energy from waste. Then we also have Fela Akinse of Salutaba, which repurposes shoes from ocean-deemed plastic waste. You need to see these shoes. I'm surprised I'm not wearing one now. I'd planned to do that. These modular shoes, they are modular, are made from recycled plastics and contribute to decrease in the global carbon footprint. Yesterday, I made a joke that growing up, I had just 1 pair of shoes, and it was for church. Every other day, I had nothing. If Salutaba was in existence, I would have had maybe 5 pairs of shoes. All I needed to do was unzip the top, put another zip over it, and it becomes a different pair of shoes. So I really want to salute that ingenuity, and it's doing that from recycled plastics. This is a true testament to the phrase that the future belongs to those willing to dare and venture into the unknown. I commend these 2 innovators for the bravery and willingness to explore circular economy as a business opportunity. We hope that by their successes, many other young Africans will be inspired to take up similar bold steps. Today, we will also hear about interventions to showcase institutional projects and policy solutions from the African continent that demonstrate the commitment of the stakeholders of the continent to move the circular economy agenda forward and ensure that the transition will also take into account the challenges faced by vulnerable communities during the transition. I hope that these African stories today will inspire all of us to continue on the circular journey and accelerate its pace. Today, I hope that the discussions here will help in raising the African voice of innovation in circular economy. We have the solutions. We are organized. We have the Africa Circular Economy Alliance, the only continent that has such power. We have the Africa Circular Economy Network. All we need is your support, and I thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Tony. You know, if someone is your father, you would assume everyone is supposed to know him by default. So maybe that's one of the reasons he says I didn't introduce him, but he's been the host of the African Circular Economy Alliance since inception. Yeah. So moving on to the conversations of the day, we're jumping right into the first one, circular economy and resource efficiency in Africa's mining and nature-based sector. To kickstart that, I'll be calling on Steve Kisake, he's actually my boss, to lead this discussion. Steve is the managing director of Dalberg Implement and office director of Dalberg in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Under his leadership, Dalberg has been running the day-to-day activities of the ACA Secretariat since it started, and with many successful achievements. Prior to joining Dalberg, Steve also worked in the mining industry for over 10 years as head of sustainability. So you can see he's very much fit to lead this discussion. So over to you, Steve. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished ladies, gentlemen, good to be here, and really excited that even the framing of this session that we're calling African Voices energizes many of us because, as the Honorable Your Excellency, the Ambassador said, we have come from far, but you know, we are one, and we are part of the global village that we all live in. Now, to kickstart this conversation, and like Bono said, I spent 10 years in the mining sector, so something that's really close to me and the place that I continue to do lots of work in. And also following on Dr. Tony's advice that we tend to speak about mining and other, some people even call it a resource curse, and we lose the opportunity. So today we're really going to unpack what the opportunities look like in this sector, where people are now starting to invest, where skills are being developed, and jobs for the youth are being created. But let me set a bit of stage on this. When we speak about circularity in the mining sector, we tend to look at the inward side quite a lot. We talk about mining operations and how we can think about circularity in that space, including recycling of tailings, waste rock dumps, how those can be used, water and efficiency. Sometimes we tend to miss the product in terms of what we get out of the mines. What's the circularity aspect from that? And many a time we've been pushed to think about that, and I hope we can get through that today. But even as we speak about mining, we're starting to see a lot more opportunities in terms of the products that are coming out of mining, particularly in terms of lithium-ion batteries, and what the life after that can look like in terms of these batteries, and how the ownership ecosystem that benefits communities can actually be built even further. But even beyond that, with the help of the leadership of the African Development Bank, ASEA, and the World Fund for Nature, we do have the Africa Green Minerals Strategy that's coming into play, and we do hope to discuss that and the opportunities that creates this morning. So it's quite a packed conversation, and we do hope that we can engage very strongly on this. But even beyond this, in terms of the opportunity, 52 mining projects in 2021 were being developed, and a few more coming into play. So still goes to show you that Africa continues to set the stage for mining and resource efficiency and how we can actually build this out. Our conversation today, quick 1 hour, and the format of the conversation will be a quick presentation in terms of the Africa Green Minerals Strategy that's coming into play. Then I'll call up a set of 4 panelists to speak about and react to some of these topics. And then we'll open up to the audience, both online and in the room, for any questions that you might have. So please keep track of those questions. I also will ask that as you're asking your question, please target it to directly to a panelist or to the whole panel, if you feel appropriate for your answer to be captured. And then we'll close out with some remarks from Dr. Vanessa at the African Natural Resources Management and Investment Center. So let's quickly kick off. The first presentation will be, we will be joined by Jerry Kwame, who is the Chief Minerals Officer at FDB. Unfortunately, he's not in the room with us, but technology serves us really well these days. And he'll be joining us online to give us a presentation on the Africa Green Minerals strategy that's being developed today. And also really speak about what the content of that strategy is and when it will be completed. So welcoming Jerry Kwame, who's joining us online.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Steve, for the opportunity, to present at this forum. And so my task is to set the stage, to present the pillars of the African Green Minerals Strategy, which is being developed. Yeah, so as we are all aware, green minerals are the core of the energy transition. For us as Africans, these minerals are critical. We decided, to call them green because they are at the core of the energy transition. So these are minerals, that will be used for the green energy transition. That's why we are defining them as green. And as we are all aware, we have some of these minerals, that is nickel, manganese, cobalt, lithium, graphite, phosphorus, iron, and the rare earths. And in fact, the production of these minerals are currently more geospatially concentrated. But thank God that we have significant volumes of these minerals in Africa. So the DRC is at the heart of this. The DRC produces over 70% of the cobalt resources of the world and also has more than 50% in reserves. In terms of manganese, we have South Africa, Gabon, Ghana. Lithium, we have the Chiles of this world. There's a lithium triangle, Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile, Mexico, among others. But also we have some of these lithium resources in Zimbabwe and a current delineation of some of these resources in the DRC, about 400 million metric tons of lithium. But we are also aware that the value chain of some of these minerals are basically in Asia and Australia, in terms of value addition. Demand of these minerals are expected to rise. And we also know that the Ukraine conflict has also given rise to supply disruptions. Let me just show you some work that we did with Bloomberg in terms of scenario setting, that demand of these minerals are expected to rise about 5 times in a most likely scenario. We have 5 key battery chemistries. There's the lithium, cobalt oxide, the NMC is the main one, nickel, manganese, and cobalt. And we have another one that is coming on stream very fast, that's the LFP, lithium, iron, and phosphates. That is used, for 2 and 3 wheeled vehicles, as well as some of these small cars. And so taking cognizance of this and the fact that Africa has most of these minerals, it is important that we are able to harness these minerals. We add value to them on the continent and also make sure that we benefit. Yes, so based on this demand, for minerals, for electric vehicles, among others, you see a projection from 2023 to 2030, we see a sharp rise, in passenger EVs are the saloon cars, followed by commercial vehicles, that is mini buses, followed by consumer electronics, stationary storage, 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles, and buses, among others. But this, has really, been catapulted by national subsidies and new models, especially in China, CO2 emissions standards, especially in Europe, general tax credits, and also the policy to phase out about 50% of ICEs by 2035. But it's suffice to say that EV uptake in Africa is yet to gain momentum. But our low-hanging fruit is the 2- and 3-wheelers, because Africa imports about 4 million pieces, of these 2- and 3-wheeled motorcycles, and that is a displacement opportunity. So this is the significant green minerals that we have in the country. I've talked about cobalt already, manganese in South Africa, lithium, among others. So why the green minerals strategy? Because we have the Africa Mining Vision, we have African Commodity Strategy, but why do we need a green minerals strategy? Much as, the Africa Mining Vision has set a broader context, but the emphasis on green minerals, because, it's an emerging issue, was not that much in the AMV. And so the green minerals strategy, is going to anchor the existing strategies that we have. So the vision of the green minerals strategy is to guide Africa strategically and as a continent's mineral resources for industrialization. So the key word here is industrialization, for us to change that narrative, from raw material export, to a continent, that adds value to its commodities before export. And by that means also localizing, the employment creation and all the benefits that come with it. And 5 interconnected factors are unfolding across Africa. First is the growth and demand for the green minerals, for the future low carbon. Second, our strength in the mineral resources, as I've already indicated. Thirdly, the imperative of reorienting economic growth to a low carbon future, which is, a global phenomenon. Fourthly, they need to drive industrialization and economic diversification. As I've already said, that they need to change the narrative, from raw material export, to a continent that really adds value to its mineral resources. And battery and EV value chains will be key. Last but not the least, leveraging the African continental free trade area to deepen market integration. Because, if you look at intra market, between Africans is just about 15%. Meanwhile, looking at those of Europe and the rest, more than 50%. So we need to really integrate the economies of Africa. So the green minerals has 4 pillars. And the first is advancing minerals development. And the key provisions: 1, governance of these mineral resources, which will take care of policies, laws, institutions. The need for policies to be coherent. Mining policies, need to be coherent with that of trade and energy in order to build synergy amongst others. Second, they need to strengthen Earth science institutions in order to do geophysical mapping and geological mapping, even up to the pre-feasibility studies. But knowledge of our mineral resources is extremely important. If you have knowledge of it, what it does is it increases your negotiation power, among others. Infrastructure development, is key. The AFDB is known as an infrastructure bank, and that is what, we know how to do best in order to de-risk investments. The last point on the first pillar is the need, to improve governance to also attract scarce mineral exploration capital, because we cannot do it, all alone as Africans. We also need to, attract capital from elsewhere. Second pillar of the strategy talks about skills development and technological capability. So Dr. Young, spoke about, the youth population in Africa, and that is a very key opportunity, for us. And so under this pillar, we need to upscale institutions into centers of excellence to be able, to train the skills of the future. A recent study, identified some skills in chemistry, mechanical and electrical engineering, computer science, as skills of the future, which are extremely important. And also set up centers of excellence, for battery manufacturing. I will say that one of such centers has already been established in the University of Lubumbashi in the DRC. The third strategic pillar, is on value addition or mineral-based industrialization. And some of the provisions, under that is upstream linkages to be able to optimize mining input opportunities. All these drill rods and drill bits and mining consumables need to be manufactured, on the continent. Second, talking about green mineral value chains, they need to, add value across board, establish the end-to-end value chains from mining, up to the manufacturing of the EVs, among others. A third point under that is addressing regional industrialization and trade constraints, the economies of scale, among others. And we see this in the recent cooperation agreement between Zambia and the DRC to be able to establish the battery precursor plant. And that this is also the need to develop priority value chains for us to be able to industrialize. So manufacturing of lithium-ion batteries, solar PVs, in order to address Africa's energy poverty, the 2 and 3 pillars among others. The last pillar under the strategy is mineral stewardship and circular economy. And under this, we have 4 key thematic areas. So the economic and social contributions of minerals to sustainable development. This is key. They need to be able to negotiate, agreements that will inure to the benefit of Africa. The agreement should not be lopsided, among others. ESG, is key, and I'm happy to say that, at the bank, the integrated safeguard system, that guides, our lending operations, among others. There will be the need, for regional environmental management approaches, harmonized regulations, regional recycling facilities. As we are aware now, there's no, battery recycling facility on the African continent. Most of these batteries that are used are sent back to China, to be recycled. So this is a business case we need to be able to justify a business case, for setting up of regional recycling facilities, on the continent. The last point under this is circular economy. The 3 R's: reduce, reuse, recycle, especially material efficiency, in its usage. They need to plan from the onset. Circular economy should not be an afterthought. Need to plan from the onset. Also, they need for end of life, repurposing and recycling of all these batteries, and also exploring the new concept of using material as a service. So these are the 4 key pillars that we have.
And Jerry, as you come onto this slide, I wanted to give you a
yes.
1 minute warning
Yes.
so that you can close out.
Thank you very much. And so all that we are saying is that, yes, green minerals is an opportunity, and the AFCFTA, 1.4 billion people, a GDP of about 3.4 trillion, 2 and 3 wheelers are key. The theory of change is moving from the RBIs, to using commodity, as a service. Let me just show some 2 slides that are opportunities. You see the imports of lithium-ion batteries by country from 2017 to 2021. Africa imports about, $500 million of this, and this is a displacement opportunity. The graph inset shows that this is doable based on the work that we did in the DRC. That is 3 times cheaper, to manufacture the battery precursors in the DRC than in the US, in China, and in Poland. And the last slide that I want to show is the need to address Africa's energy poverty through our Desert to Power initiative. This graph shows top 10 import countries of solar PV panels. All this can be localized, on the African continent. We can manufacture the solar PVs here. And these are opportunities, that we need to really embrace. So I thank you very much.
A big round of applause to Jerry. And Jerry, thank you so much for joining us. And I know you'll still stay online. There might be some questions for you, so please stay online. And for all the participants, please remember Jerry's online if you have any questions that you can also start forward to him via text as well, or the chat space for those joining online. So let us quickly move to a panel discussion. I'll quickly invite up our panelists, starting with Juicy Nikula, who's Advisor Business and Biodiversity at WWF. And then Susan Kacha, who's the co-founder and director at African Circular Economy Network. Mr. Patrick Odebe, who's the director ASM at the Federal Ministry of Solid Minerals and Steel Development in Nigeria. And lastly, Kopila Tumi, who's an expert on circular mining at GTK Finland. Please, panelists, join me on stage. All right, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We'll carry on with the conversations, and I think there's been quite a bit of stage setting, right from the honorable speakers who started, and then Jerry, who's spoken about the green mineral strategy that is very comprehensive in terms of opportunities. But let me start with you, Suzanne. Maybe your reactions on business models that can make a case for increased investment. And speaking about green minerals, and I would love for you to actually unpack the word green minerals, because we tend to throw it out quite a bit, but your understanding of green minerals. But without really thinking about a disruption, because sometimes when we think about mining, in the mining sector, people feel like we're asking for too much from a sector that's already investing quite a lot. How do we come in without being too disruptive? And with that as well, what are the lessons that you might have from the past or current work that you're doing?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm super thrilled to see the four-letter word was already on the slides, materials as a service. And I think this is something that has really been overlooked. And, you know, we heard people talking about putting circular economy in the operationalization phase of mining, but to really go back to the core business of mining. The core business of mining is extraction, and it's highly linear. I mean, you cannot discuss this away. And it is about taking out resources and transferring resources and transferring ownership to other countries. And I think Africa has been in this role for the last 300 years, handing over resources to the global north. And I think as a German, but living in Africa and my heart in Africa, I just see a huge opportunity coming up now. We see in the EU, there is now this energy transition. Everyone needs those resources. We've seen the statistics. And Africa is now in a position to actually get a bit smarter about things and not to get into the risk to actually get linearly locked in by remaining just a supplier that hands over resources. Okay, so with materials as a service, the beauty is that we can actually create a system where we are really at eye level starting to have a trade agreement with the global north. And we will give the global north what the global north needs, which is the resources, but we are not losing our own resources because we will only transferring the use rights over to Europe. And there is such a ripple effect if you think this through. Let's imagine we're using magnesium. We heard magnesium is one of the materials that we get from South Africa. All I want is that we have a case study that we can fund with European Union. And I know already my colleagues are already putting a proposal together that we say, okay, let's look at one material like manganese or platinum coming from a mine. We focus on one product like lithium-ion battery and one of the producers in the supply chain, like a car manufacturer. And we established a system where we would have materials as a service, which means that they will get the manganese or the platinum to develop those batteries. However, this is a 30-year lease agreement now, okay? So the ripple effect that it creates is that in Europe, somewhere the manufacturers say, okay, we better build this battery that we can bring this back in 30 years. We can add royalties to that agreement. We can say, okay, you actually, while we're leasing out the materials to you, we want actually also some of the softer benefits coming back. For example, can we get royalties that can be ring-fenced with the mining operations and the mining community? So the money in terms of royalties go back to mining rehabilitation as we go on. It goes on to actually training, retraining mining communities, because as I learned from Lonmin Platinum, the belt in South Africa is mined in 15, 20 years. There are entire communities that will sit there and twiddle thumbs if we don't know what to do. So I think there is a huge opportunity for Africa to really build a strong case of a continued benefit flowing back to the continent while we give Europe what Europe needs.
Perfect. And I think we'll come back to that point because there's a part where, and we're discussing this, which is many metals get blended at the point of, manufacture and the likes. And we'd love to see, even in terms of a case study, how do we make sure that even that blending ability keeps us sane and also keeps us honest with how we're delivering benefits back. But we'll come to that question in a minute. Just wanted to move to you. And we've seen great statistics and we've seen great opportunity. We're seeing a lot of countries coming up in Africa as opportunities for mining with a big demand, at least from, if you're talking about batteries. But that could also be construed to be an overconsumption of minerals, which could inadvertently happen. So as we look at sustainability and considerations that can be made in the mining sector by investors, what should people be looking out to ensure that we have sustainable mining projects?
Yes. Yes, thank you. That's a very good question, and if you look at the science on sustainability and on environmental impacts, the IPBES, the Global Panel for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, it's the sister panel to the climate panel, the IPCC. It basically says that we cannot carry on the current trajectories of keeping on the overconsumption of natural resources, which is, of course, context makes a difference. Like the global north is consuming way too much, and there are needs that are not met in the global south. So it's a context. Contexts are different in different places. But anyway, on overall level, the consumption is too high. So as WWF, we have one of our global goals is having the footprint of consumption. So then making a kind of a direct link to a question like what to think when thinking of mining projects. For example, here we saw that there's expected growth of 5 times of some minerals regarding the green transition. And there is growth, but and then we saw the big role of the EVs in that. So do we assume, is the development of the mining sector, does it assume continued global overconsumption of resources? Because that's actually something that we need to shrink and decrease. We need to find the circular economies in a way that we've discussed, that we are living within planetary boundaries. So that's something that let's be careful about our assumptions of growth of demand. Because actually, if we are to implement circular economies so that we will live in planetary boundaries, the growth might not be that big. So that's like, let's say, my main point. And then, of course, you need to have the basics right about not contributing to the nature loss when you introduce new projects. And there are many details related to that, but I won't go there now.
Perfect, and thank you for that. And I'm sure we can unpack that a bit more as well. But I wanted us to shift a bit now to country case studies. And Patrick, I wanted to come to you. Given your work from a government perspective, are there any ways that circular economy can support efficient management of natural resources, and how you're seeing that in the Nigerian economy? But I would like to also shift your narrative a bit to the artisanal and small-scale mining sector, which we tend to forget, but it's actually a big part of the African economy in terms of employment, but also in terms of potential for circularity, but also a potential for investment and partnership with the large-scale mining companies. So maybe your opinion and some of the work that you're already doing in that space.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to showcase the programs of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Nigerian government, in instituting circular economy. But then globally, we are all aware of the fact that Nigeria is known for oil and gas destination. But then it behoves for you to understand too that the country is equally heavily endowed with various minerals, solid minerals depth of commercial quantities. Aggressively, the government has addressed the issue of formalization of the artisanal small-scale mining as a principal step in addressing the resource base of the country. As we speak, over 2,500 cooperatives have been formalized in the country, and the process is still ongoing. The next step is to do capacity building in the artisanal miners. Particularly, we have to understand that these are a large chunk of operators who are motivated by our poverty and hunger. They lack all manner of capacity, no resource, no capital, and no technology. Using the crude method, it becomes very challenging to determine the quantum of mineral produced by this group. But of course, they take off over 80% of the operations in the country. So formalization process is now a step of all-inclusive operations too. And as an institute circular economy in the sector, backed by the provision of extension services that guides them in the technicalities, mine ore operations, health safety, and environment. And of recent, of course, policies have been enacted to back up the programs of the development and the growth of the artisanal and small-scale miners in the country. Particular of interest here is the policy of downstream value addition. And then the chunk of the tailings that the sector generates is created by the class of persons. Recycling is on aggressively by applying what we call cyanidation to the dump of gold mines and processing centers. But of course, we know environmentally too, the danger of applying cyanide in mercury-rich tailings. But of course, we have gravity centers too, gold-producing gravity centers where cyanidization is used for recycling. The tin, columbite, and tantalum field in the country had a huge dump and waste of tantalite and columbite, which the artisanal small-scale miners are now reworking to regenerate. Government have taken a step further to encourage the establishment of recycling of scraps in the metal sector in the country. And that has been on and is giving good impetus to the production and the outcome. The federal government too is fully committed because they're taking a step further. The country has been 100% airborne radiometric covered, and now has stepped down to the EM to determine the resource base of the country. All of these programs now dovetail to the downstream value addition, backed up by the establishment of 6-number cluster projects to cater for gold, barite, lead zinc, and then the gemstone sector. These are some of the programs of government. And of course, we have started with 6, and the government look up to upscaling it to each in each of the 36 states that make up the country.
Right.
So these are all elaborate programs that are being driven by government to make sure that it is all inclusive of the host mining communities.
Right. And Patrick, I think it's a good segue to Tommy because we're starting to speak about government leadership.
Yeah.
And it also kind of incorporates matters around policy, research, legislation that we need to see. But Tommy, coming to you again with keeping in that frame, any thoughts about how we can maximize mineral stewardship and what it would take from a policy, research, regulations perspective?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's mic number 5 if you put it on. It's on. Yes, I mean, mining has this this stewardship of materials kind of issue to it, of course, because what we mine is something non-renewable, and that's a huge issue. But it also has this stewardship of deposits issue. Like, how do we utilize in a resource efficient way the deposit that we mine? It will be gone forever. We expend a lot of energy to crush and grind the ore, and then we leave it there. And then some artisanal mining person may come and reprocess some of it. So mining has like 2 circular economy issues or problems to it. So one is that how do we keep the circular or the non-renewable materials that we mine in the circular economy for as long as possible? That's that stewardship part. But then it has this huge waste issue of its own. And you saw the pillars going up in the recent or next years, and we want to mine more and more. But in Finland, at least in the last 2 years, of all the rocks that we mine, less than 3% comes mineral concentrate, which means that 97% comes waste if you take the waste rock also into account. And even from the ore, it's around 7% that becomes concentrate, depending on on the material. So if you increase mining, you will increase the production of waste 15 times more than the actual product. So it's a huge environmental issue because most of the impacts of mining arise from the wastes that we need to store and manage, and many of the costs also. But it's a very non-circular, it's a very linear practice that we are losing 97% of the stuff already in the very first step. But luckily, so I mean, we always say that if you can't grow it, you will need to mine it. And we always point out that everything you see around it comes from mining. So it's not only the technology metals or the battery metals or whatever. There are many other minerals, these fairly common minerals in those waste streams. So I would like to see, I would like these strategies recognize this issue that if we're going to increase the mining this amount and we are going to increase the amount of waste 15 times more, so maybe more emphasis should be put on those inventors and those industries who can actually do something with the common minerals. I mean, EU has this critical mineral strategy, but I think we really need this common mineral strategy. Like, can we use it in construction? Can we make geopolymers? Can we capture, is there a power plant next to the mine that could capture CO2 to the mining waste? Or can we make fertilizers? Can we make pigments? Can we make fillers for the plastics of those electric vehicles, for instance, from some of the minerals in there? The opportunities are endless, and I think for Africa, for instance, it's really because many of these uses are fairly local, and many of the technologies are not as high a level as, let's say, battery chemistries. Mm-hmm. So there might be more, let's say, localized value addition and sustainable benefits to be made from the other minerals in the tailing streams and in the waste rocks. But we need to be able to build it and we design it in the process. And we need some courage from the investment banks, because investors in mining are oftentimes very traditional. They are used to these metals sector business models, and they get nervous if someone from the construction business model comes aboard. Like, how do we manage this? So, but I think we will find a way. So more economic diversification right at your mine.
Right. And I think, like Dr. Nyong said, FDB is also really looking at being more forward-leaning in terms of making these investments. And I'm sure maybe a bit more open space and an open call maybe to other banks, investors to actually become forward-leaning. But I know the conversation has been centered this way. So I want to open up the conversation to the room and just shoot up for any questions. We'll take probably 3 questions. We're trying to catch up on time. So there's one hand here. I don't know who's running the mics for us. We do have some questions coming in online as well, but we'll take 3 questions from the room. Second question. So there's one hand. All right, maybe let's take the first 2. And third question from Dr. Nyong. I think we have a microphone here on this as well. So Bono, there's Dr. Nyong, and then there's 2 questions here. Okay. Yeah. And as I said, please direct the question to any panelist or directly or to all the panelists if you choose to.
Sorry, mine is not really a question, but just to add on to something. We talk about recycling, that there's no recycling plant in Africa, and we take this to China. But there's a worrying trend, a concerning trend that we're seeing. We are going into solar. Everyone is pushing, go towards solar. No African country that I know is really manufacturing the solar batteries as we speak. Where did they come from? They come from China. When they collapse in 2 years, it's the little kids we're seeing who are breaking those batteries unprotected to be able to take out the lead, and that's what is sent for recycling. So I'm afraid that we're going to see another pandemic of lead poisoning if we don't do something about these issues of circular economy. Thanks.
Correct. Thank you. Those two questions here.
Hi, I'm Harriet Lonka from Finland, and I'm schooled as a geologist as background, but not been working with that, but environmental risk management, aggregate management, groundwater protection and such issues. And I was so happy that my Finnish colleague from the GTK raised the issue about that we cannot just talk about mining like that we are squeezing in the metallic minerals and then making all these nice things. But about if you think that every Finn uses one lorry full of 10 tons of aggregates every year to keep up the society running, and there is a construction issue everywhere. We are urbanizing, we are building. There is a sand becomes a new oil, as we know. So there is, I think, lots and lots of innovations and needed to be here. And when you talk, we need to talk about land use. We need to talk about this general natural resources. We're talking about non-renewable resources here. So if you can, maybe all of you a bit elaborate on this, because I think this must be also in Africa a big business, and I hope for that in future. Non-metallic minerals. Thanks.
Perfect. I think the last question was right there.
Thank you, and thank you to the panelists as well. Just two comments. The first one, I noted that platinum wasn't on the critical minerals list, which I think is highly concerning because of the EU is hunting green hydrogen, and platinum is critical to fuel cells, isn't it? So we need to really put it there because we do have big deposits, especially in South Africa. And we have a hydrogen economy roadmap in South Africa on how we want to maintain and sustainably look after our platinum reserves. But my comment is, circular economy is touted as being the answer to how we're going to save the planet. However, if we don't do it correctly, it can have a detrimental effect. What the colleague said about using cyanide in remining of tailings is one of those examples where it's detrimental. It's not beneficial. It's beneficial to the mining company that's doing the remining because, as we know, cyanide is the easy way to extract the minerals. But there are other ways to do it. We know that. But they're a little bit more expensive. So when it's coming to margins, and margins in mining are very small to start with anyway. So I just wanted to make that comment from the mining part is when we do this, we got to be careful of how we do it. In Johannesburg, in South Africa, we've remined tailings, entire dams already, but we've also experienced the detrimental effect of not doing it correctly. Thanks. Oh, by the way, my name is Henry Roman. I'm from the Department of Science and Innovation in South Africa.
Thank you, Henry. We'll come back in a minute. But there's a question, actually it's more of a comment from Linda Godfrey, who's joining us online. She says she loves the idea of minerals as a service, Suzanne. But if all countries don't subscribe to it, there's a risk that countries or industries will shift their mineral purchasing to countries that don't implement these kinds of lease or royalty agreements. There has to be a level playing field, otherwise forward thinkers will lose out. So I feel like it's more of a comment, but we can react to that, which is, and I think it's also aligned with the detriments that could accrue from pushing for circularity and leaving a few people behind. But I feel like there's more of comments which we can react to in terms of our closing remarks. And maybe let's take two more, and then we can go to a bit of closeout with a response and any reflections. Two questions there, yours and his, please.
Thank you. My name is Baba Ndebe. I work in a Finnish government-supported program in Ethiopia. Perhaps my question or my remarks were already made by past presenters, But I'm talking about the responsible exploitation of these minerals. You know, these are high value minerals, and therefore it's going to attract a lot of people, especially the artisanal miners. And so there will be a kind of rush, and everybody will come out with all kinds of equipment and with all kinds of processes to extract these minerals for sale. So as we discuss this, we have to take into consideration the responsible extraction of these minerals. In my native country, Ghana, it's called galamsey, where young people and other people carry shovels and pickaxes and all kinds of equipment. And they are lately joined by people with very, very big equipment. So if we discussed green minerals without looking at the responsible exploitation of these, we might be cutting a kind of a ship is sinking. So you kind of like go to cut one part of the ship to paste it, and then the whole ship goes down. So we have to look at a holistic thinking around how we exploit these green minerals. So let's put that at the fore of our discussions as well. Thank you.
Perfect. And we'll take the last question.
So hi, I'm Noël Nguessan from Côte d'Ivoire. I'm an entrepreneur. My company does waste recycling, organic waste to energy, fertilizer, animal feed, and so on. And what we see in the mining, just one question, but just to elaborate a little bit. So in the case of phosphorus, for example, which is a mineral finite, it's a direct link with agriculture. So if you make it more available by soil restoration and so on, you can better use the resource. But these are two sectors that sometimes have contradictory objectives. One of them maybe wants to push the mineral phosphate fertilizer. We work with OCP from Morocco, for example. Not saying they do that, but that is their drive, their business model. And then the soil, this organic compost, all that stuff is a bit conflicting with their, at least perception-wise. So how do you solve that? You need maybe someone to take a little risk to demonstrate that it's a win-win. And that is missing. It's the same thing in steel recycling, when you see all the slag waste that could go into construction material, but no one wants to take the risk. So then you're stuck with this potential that you talk about for 10 years. So someone needs to take the risk. So basically, how do we unlock this, these potentials? Who's taking that risk? How can we find a way that the risk is minimized, but someone makes that step? That's what we try to do in organic waste. In mining, we see it as well. But that's the question. Yeah.
All right. I'm really sorry. We're running behind on time. But maybe let's take a few remarks from the panelists. We also have another remark that's coming in, which is how to convince investment banks to invest and finance circular economy projects, taking into consideration that it's an emerging concept, at least for them, and probably higher risk for them as well. So I'll open it up to any of the panelists to take any of the questions. I mean, we're talking about risk. We're talking about, I think, a bit more elements of risk. We're talking about how to also make sure that we're careful in terms of our investments. We've also had about non-mineral use and how we've considered that in terms of circularity. And I think Suzanne, there's also a push, or maybe not a push, but more of a question in terms of how we make sure that for the early adopters, they're not actually sidestepped, because if it's for convenience purposes, we'll go in a different direction. And of course, we discussed platinum yesterday very extensively, so if you want to also cover that, that would be fine. But opening it up to the panelists, you can pick whichever that is more attuned to what you want to cover, and I'll give you 2 minutes to use those as your closing remarks. Do you want to start with you, Tommy? Maybe you can come this way. Tommy, you want to go first?
Okay, so I go first. Well, I'll pick this like who invests in it and who takes the risk, and because this is the core issue. I think this is why we are not seeing it happen in the mineral sector. There is this question of a traditional business model, like you said, for instance, in the phosphorus fertilizers and in the metals. So how do you merge these different business models, and who takes the responsibility? Like who's responsible for the tailing streams and so on? But what I see now in Finland, for instance, is that the mining operations themselves try to make their mines like zero waste, but it won't happen like that. They need help. So we need the middlemen. We need entrepreneurs like you who go to the mining operation in the early stage and says that, look, guys, don't worry. You take out your sink and I will take care of the rest. I will find your uses for your other minerals and we will make it together. The forest industry has done it already in Finland. I mean, if you look at a photo of an aerial photo of a big forest industry site in Finland, there are all sorts of company names within the fences, not so much in mining. On the other hand, mining is used to working with subcontractors, so they can allow others within their fences. You are from Barrick, you know. So, so it should be doable, but we need to be bold. Someone needs to take the first step.
Perfect. Moving on to you, Patrick. Any closing remarks? And I think we also had a bit about ASM.
At this junction, I want to state that the efforts of government in trying to institute circular economy in the mining sector in Nigeria is enormous, and the coast is open to investors to invest in other aspects of the challenging of financing and technology. We have talked about the negative impact of the use of mercury and cyanide in gold extraction. Don't ban on that, but of course, if we must institute that and make the biodiversity habitable, then we need the support of development partners and maybe the Finnish government to be able to make some impact in that sector. The resource is huge and the cost is open. The government is not deterred, but of course, we need investment and partners to grow this industry. Thank you.
Right. You see, maybe let me direct you a bit in terms of what might be interesting for the audience to hear. So we spoke about overconsumption, but I'm also hearing quite a bit around, let's be careful, full of very guided trajectory into circular economy. But there's also how do we make sure that investments are accepting the risk and continue to invest, or investors or people who are bringing money. So how do we kind of cut through that challenge of being careful, but also de-risking and having more investments coming in? And I'm also hearing quite a lot about partnerships. So how do you see that space playing out to get us to the right direction?
I think your question is the most difficult question in the truth. Yeah.
I'm so glad he doesn't ask me that question.
I think that's the key. That's the key question that we need to solve, basically. Maybe one element, or a couple of elements for that could be that, of course, there needs to be kind of a good governance and good regulations space, like in different contexts, in the producing places and in the consuming places, and all the networks of value chains. That's like the policy side. And then there's the kind of the business side and the responsibility of the actors in different steps of the value chain and the stewardship approach. And one of the hopes in the multiple different discussions that I have on a societal level and with business parties is that I see increasing trend that responsible businesses are becoming more of corporate citizens in raising their voice of demanding also stronger regulation. You know, we mentioned the level playing field, and I see many kind of front-running companies seeing that anyway, if they want to be responsible, they need to take care of the value chains and the traceability and sharing benefits equally and all of that, all of those elements. But they see that if there are competitors that are not just doing that, then they are in a worse position in the market, because the market don't reward yet. So then they are kind of asking the policymakers to support their, level that they want to reach. So I think it's an interplay of businesses taking the citizen role in asking for better regulation, and also then the regulators to be brave to take those steps.
Yeah. Right.
And then I just want to mention that this discussion here, the ecosystems are so important so many times for the local communities. They might not be connected to the formal economy, but they are dependent on the ecosystem services and the functioning of the ecosystems there. So that must be always taken care of, that these groups are not put in the worst position.
Perfect. And I see, Suzanne, you're nodding in affirmation. I don't know if there's anything else to add to that. I'm sure there is, but maybe in addition, maybe I could also add to your question, which would be, we're hearing a lot around, if we went into maybe the case study that you're asking for, and we were successful, it might not be an incentive. People might want to sidestep it and go with people who are probably not adopting into, the whole materials or minerals for service approach. So how do we bring the whole kind of band together and make sure that we walk in the same direction?
First of all, I don't understand why would people try to sidestep. I'm asking for a really exciting pilot project. And I think there's something in for everyone in the value chain. And I'm dead serious about it. There's something in for the whole continent of Africa to start with, that we are not for fighting our own green energy transition, perhaps some way down the line. And if we structure this correctly, we're really closing the loop on minerals, because otherwise we're not going to do this. And I just want to say, and to resonate with you, we must not put the cart in front of the horse. The first thing that is really important is that we curb the need for additional consumption. Okay, which really means we need to actually curb the need for new extraction of minerals. And we need to have a hard look how that happens, which means that we have to really be brave enough to disrupt. And disruption is that we really challenge, and that is something going to Europe specifically, access over personal ownership. Okay, we're seeing those curves, and those curves are based on the idea that everyone is now swapping their combustion engine with an electronic vehicle. But no one talks about disrupting transportation in terms of that we actually give people access to transportation, we give people access to housing. Now, this is going to be really the game changer that will reduce the need for new resources. And then to couple this with materials as a service, which means that the resources that we still then need go around for a much longer time to much more people. And we have things like digital passports, which are now emerging, which give us a perfect storm to have a pilot project, because now with blockchain technology, we can actually see where would those royalties go. We could make sure that they get ring fenced. There could be a ledger system. People would know exactly where their materials are in a product somewhere in the world. And I think, yes, it's a bold thing. It's a brave thing. No one has done it before. But I do think we need to be brave. That was the theme that I heard in the last 2 days. Let's be brave and do a damn case study. And if we are failing with it, and if we're going to see that something doesn't work, at least we know that's not the way to do it. But it's a start, and it's an intention of a design of an intention, a new intention to tackle mining in a different way in future.
All right. I think the audience is basically saying we cannot add anything to that. You kind of summed it up really well. So thank you so much. I know time is our worst enemy, has always been. Nothing has changed from that perspective. But to bring us to a close, I'll invite Dr. Vanessa, who's the Acting Director, Africa Natural Resources Management and Investment Center at FDB, to give us our closing remarks. Is she in the room? Oh, she's joining online. Okay, sorry. So we'll move to that online.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay, so good morning or good afternoon. Not sure of the time difference to all of you in Helsinki and those who have joined online. On behalf of the African Development Bank, the Africa Circular Economy Alliance, our partners, WWF, and others involved in this session, I really want to thank you for this very timely and interesting conversation. It's been very rich, hearing different perspectives from different stakeholders on how mining can integrate circular economy approaches, but some of the challenges that we face and how we could adopt several solutions. So I actually had some prepared remarks, but I'm going to introduce some of the ideas I've heard today and not be so formal. So I think we heard from Jerry's presentation and some of the other panelists just how important mining is to Africa. We don't realize that much of Africa's GDP, I think about 62%, based on our estimation in our recently released 2023 African Economic Outlook, 60% of Africa's GDP depends on either renewable or non-renewable natural resources and ecosystem services. So what happens in the resource sector is critical to Africa's future. But mining has a contradiction because the impacts are felt locally, but the revenues and the rents could be centralized. So this is now creating a moral hazard. And this is the challenge that Africa has grappled with. I think I heard for over 300 years, and we continue to see. So there are opportunities in the green transition for Africa's, we call them green minerals. Some people prefer critical minerals, as we've seen. And this is why the bank is collaborating with the African Union and other partners to now design this African green mineral strategy, because we see a real opportunity for Africa. But if you now drill down, you see that there are still challenges, and we've heard from the speakers and from the audience, the impacts of mining on issues like water stress, land degradation, biodiversity loss, and even resource scarcity. And again, these are problems that affect local communities centrally, and we cannot really ignore these prevalent issues. So the circular economy does create opportunities to address some of these challenges by improving resource efficiency. And we've seen this applied in other sectors, including consumer goods, but maybe now there are opportunities to bring this into mining to a certain extent. And again, because of the green energy transition, Africa has this unique opportunity to really integrate circularity into the mining sector. And this is what we've tried to do with the green mineral strategy. As we saw in the presentation by my colleague Jerry, there is a pillar looking at circular economy and some of the recommendations there, which we could apply in our work. So we're looking at things like how materials could be reused, repurposed, and recycling. And then in renewables, of course, there's a balance between the two sectors, looking at sustainable practices in fisheries and forestry to complement increased resource efficiency. And we see this as being instrumental to actually improving resilience and sustainability of mining and also of Africa's broader economy. So some of the conclusions and thoughts I've heard from the session is that, yes, there are opportunities in circularity in mining in Africa. Circularity is a business. It needs finance, it needs investment, it needs technology, it needs innovation. And for us as an NDB, we have a critical role to play in facilitating these types of investments through de-risking and increasing bankability of projects. And I think Tony mentioned that in his opening remarks. And the bank has several programs, the African Green Banks Initiative, Green Energy Infrastructure Alliance. And so we can see just how this would be done. But I think it's important to tie up all these complementary actions because, of course, the bank has to align to the Paris Climate Agreement. We're also party to the joint pledge by MDBs on nature. So how do we tie in circularity into actions on nature and climate change, which will now create opportunities to invest in these circular economy businesses? So resource efficiency will also affect the use, consumption, and production of minerals and materials. I heard clearly, and we all agree that we cannot continue on the same path of consumption of minerals, of metals, And really, we need to have a rethink of how we are consuming, not just in Africa and globally. And circularity provides an entry point for us to innovate, which will now help to drive perhaps a lower or more sustainable pathway for consumption, for production, and even value addition in Africa. And again, to drive home the point that I think it was the speaker from WWF, you see, Africa is in this peculiar situation. We're facing the highest losses from climate change and biodiversity loss simultaneously. So any conversation we're having about mining and resource extraction has to be put in the context of the realities that we're facing and how we can have more integrated ways of addressing these global crises. So consumption, usage of natural resources will be very critical. And we need to think outside the box from all the messages I've heard today. And then on stewardship, responsible stewardship, the importance of research, of strong regulations, policy frameworks, and how we can now collaborate at a regional and global level. And that's thinking behind the Green Minerals Strategy. We're also seeing an onset of regulations in the EU and other jurisdictions which are promoting circularity. So I think from an MDB perspective, we can create these incentives. There are some pilots, as we've heard, how to scale this up. We have the instruments, but we need to be more integrated in our thinking of how we can link this to nature and climate action, not forgetting the communities and the people at the heart of this transition. Because if you look at countries like the DRC, these are very fragile settings. If we're anticipating a boom in metals demand, what happens to those communities which have experienced severe environmental degradation, a lot of unrest and political instability? So already the source of these metals is fragile, and we need to ensure that, first of all, we do not put these fragile settings into more aggravated situations, that there's responsible stewardship. Someone talks about supply chains as well, how these could be regulated. So there's a need for concerted actions by public, private, multilateral actors, and really understanding that it's about the people at the end of the day. And that if we really want to create this green transition in Africa, we need to put the people first at the heart of any of our strategies. So just to end on a very interesting concept, which I heard is from Helen, the first speaker, on materials as services. And maybe if I was there, I'd give her a high five, because this is exactly what we're thinking about in the AFDB. So it looks like for a very long time in Africa, we've seen natural resources as just channels for rent extraction. So the focus has been on how do we optimize the rent? How do the states optimize the revenues? And it's interesting that over time, there has been a shift in the thinking. And if you look at the work, for instance, by Partha Dasgupta on the review of economics, people are now seeing natural resources differently as a source of services. And so what we've done is to integrate this in our strategy, looking at natural capital. So renewable natural capital and non-renewable natural capital, and how these could be harnessed effectively. And looking at these natural assets, not as sources for rent extraction, but really as providers of services, whether these are economic services or environmental services, which supports human existence. And we need to capture the values of these services more effectively. If we value these services and these natural assets, we can better appreciate the importance of managing them well and responsibly, and now designing new investment and finance models that support their use over time in the long term for our sustainable development. So the valuation accounting of natural capital is central to this. You'll hear a lot about this from the AFDB. We also have our recent African Economic Outlook, which is devoting a chapter just to analyzing various aspects of Africa's natural capital. So I think we need to really start to unpack these natural assets, including our mineral assets, how these are really supporting economic development, not just the economic values or financial values, the values to actually supporting our human lives, the communities and countries where these natural assets are. And if we do this, then we can better appreciate why it's important to use them responsibly for our economic development. So I'm really, I want to congratulate all the speakers, the moderator, the panelists, and all the audience for this very interesting conversation. We are really excited about this, looking forward to collaborating with everyone towards mainstreaming circular economy, not just in mining, but in all natural resource sectors for Africa's sustainable development. So thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Vanessa. And with that, we'll bring this session to a close. And the discussion does not end here. This is a conversation that continues. Sorry, once again, it was very rushed. Some questions we did not take. Happy to engage with those in the room. But handing over to Bonwan, please give a big round of applause to the panelists once again.
Thank you very much to the panelists, to Steve, the moderator. I think Vanessa did a very good point on wrapping up the major points that were discussed. Just looking forward to action after this session. Without any waste of time, because I see we're not doing so well with time, and we want us all to be together right to the end of it when we'll have lunch. So I'll take the opportunity now to welcome Clem Ugoji for the second part of the discussion. He'll be moderating that. It's a very close topic and dear topic to me too, as well as him. And Clem has actually been with us right from the start when we started, just exploring on the topic on the Alliance. It's on making a case for continental rPET recycling standards on the African continent. So while he comes on stage, I'll just give a brief about him. He is the lead advisor of Circularium Africa Advisory and the Africa Regional Lead for the World Economic Forum's Global Plastic Action Partnership. He was also former Vice President for Public Affairs, Communications and Sustainability for West and Mid Africa at the Coca-Cola Company, where he worked for close to 20 years. Thanks, Clem.
Thank you very much, Bonwa, and good morning and good afternoon, depending on where you are, for the people online especially. And thanks to everyone who has made the time to be here today. Over the next 1 hour, we will be discussing on why harmonizing the standards for plastic design and recycling in Africa can be one of the important keys to unlocking the circular economy opportunities on the continent. And then we can also discuss on how this can be done. As many of us may be aware, it's estimated that Africa generates about 23 million tons of plastic annually, plastic waste annually. On the surface, this may look like a very insignificant fraction of the global volume of plastic waste. Yet the continent is disproportionately impacted by the global plastic pollution crisis due to the fact that about 90% of the plastic waste generated on the continent is mismanaged. And that, of course, creates a whole lot of multidimensional challenges that all of us are very familiar with. Now, with the fast-growing population and urbanization rates that the continent has, we know that plastic consumption and plastic waste generation will continue to grow rapidly on the continent. What this means is that the challenges that we're facing currently will certainly be exacerbated, except we take urgent measures to convert the plastic crisis into market opportunities. Opportunities for investment, opportunities for job creation, opportunities for product development, and of course, opportunities for industrialization. The plastics and packaging sector has for long been widely identified as a key sector for Africa's circular economy transition. As a result, what we see is that many African countries are beginning to prioritize the plastic and packaging sector in their transition efforts towards the circular economy. And so there's a lot of pilot projects that are going on in that area. But much of these efforts and the focus and the resources are being channeled towards creating policies, tools, and programs to boost plastic waste recovery. So the focus has been on recover plastic waste, but I think not sufficient amount of effort and resources are placed in terms of creating the offtake opportunities for the plastic waste that is being recycled. And that is why you find the level of drudgery in the growth rate of collection and recycling on the continent. So reducing plastic waste pollution will require more than the focus on downstream symptoms. It will also require controlling the rapidly increasing upstream flow of non-recyclable and hard-to-recycle plastics, as well as avoidable and excessive use of even recyclable plastics and virgin plastics. Standards can play an effective role in this regard. Beyond product safety and quality assurance, standards can be an effective regulatory tool for influencing or enabling packaging designs which promote plastic reduction, reuse, and recycling, as well as bioplastic and non-plastic alternatives. For example, the standards for food-grade recycled plastics, or rPET as we all call it, enables the safe recycling of PET plastic waste into new bottles and food packs, which then facilitates true circularity and creates markets for recycled PET, and also potentially reduces the amount of virgin plastic consumption. Recycling standards can also be created for new products or existing products that are not standardized, so that we can have the potential for generating high volume offtake of plastic waste in several sectors across the continent. And I think one of the richest sectors that we want to look at will be, apart from the food and beverage packaging, there is also the construction industry, where, as we can see in several African countries, a lot of artisanal innovations are ongoing. You find that plastics are being used to create roofing sheets, to create cobblestones, to create building blocks. But the challenge is that these things are at micro levels and micro scales. And of course, the quality is not assured and the quality is not tested. And that is the reason why we need to begin to emphasize on standardization as well as large-scale recycling that can make a difference. Now, this is a low-hanging fruit and a low-hanging opportunity that Africa so far has failed to tap into. Although food-grade rPET has been available globally for more than 30 years, there is zero or minimal use of rPET in African countries, with a notable exception of South Africa. The reasons for this range from safety concerns or a lack of knowledge of rPET on the part of regulators. Hence, about 90% of the countries on the continent have no regulatory approval of food-grade rPET use. A consequence of this is that Africa may lose out on the global commitments by FMCG companies like Coca-Cola, Nestle, PepsiCo, and others to achieve 50% recycled content in their plastic packaging by 2030. Conversely, as shown on the slide, South Africa offers a great example of what can be achieved with a vibrant domestic market for recycled plastics. And what you can see there is that in South Africa, even though it is not yet Uhuru in the fight against plastic pollution, they've been able to mainstream plastic waste across various industrial sectors, from the automotive industry to the textile industry to the food and beverage industry, to construction industry and just about every other thing. And that is the reason why you find that South Africa has a total plastic recycling ratio of about 43%. And with regard to PET in particular, the rate is over 62%, which actually, is far more than even the OECD countries as an average have been able to achieve. And I think that that is, an example of what is possible and something that we believe can be replicated in Africa. But then the truth is that replicating South Africa's achievement in this area will be impossible for most African countries the way things are today. This is because plastic recycling thrives on scale and price competitiveness. And the small market size of these countries cannot attract required investments in the absence of feedstock and market assurance for those who would like to invest. Furthermore, the existing policy, trade, and logistical barriers to transboundary trade within Africa completely complicates the situation. A common RPET standard, therefore, has the potential to change the current reality, where RPET is used in only a handful of African countries, which undermines the goals of plastic circularity. It will make it easier for more countries to approve the use of RPET in their domestic market, thus reducing the consumption of virgin plastics and creating regional value chains for RPET, encouraging investment in scaled plastic recycling infrastructure to serve markets across borders, as well as boosting the recovery of plastic waste and ultimately reducing plastic pollution. It is in this context that African countries need to rethink the pathway to a circular plastics economy, which will entail them shifting from the nationalistic approach to a regional collaboration approach, and thereby leveraging existing structures like the African Circular Economy Alliance, the African Recycling Standards Organization, as well as the Africa Free Trade, Continental Free Trade Agreement. These are structures that can help us to build those policies and structures that we require to be able to create a transboundary movement of goods, as well as be able to create the kind of value chain that will help us create a vibrant plastic recycling market on the continent. This session aims to raise awareness of the gains and multi-stakeholder alignment on the need as well as support for African countries to achieve this goal. Our panelists will be sharing valuable insights on the topic from diverse yet mutually reinforcing perspectives of government, industry, civil society, and the development sectors. Please join me to welcome on stage Dr. Mfo Nsingoni, who is the Director for Land Remediation at the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment in South Africa. I hope he's here with us today. Please come on stage. Our second panelist who is joining us physically will be Rowan Snyman. Rowan is plastic circularity expert at Green Cape, which is the host organization of the Plastic SA in Plastic Pact in South Africa. Rowan? Our other two panelists are joining us virtually, and please also welcome Ms. Sonia Ventosa Garcia, who is the Group Public Affairs, Communication and Sustainability Manager at Equatorial Coca-Cola Bottling Company. Also joining us online is Mr. Bastian Schrob, who is the team lead for food contact materials at the European Commission. So together with these distinguished panelists, we'll be looking at the potential for the RPET and the development of a plastic recycling chain on the continent. Thank you. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, so it's going to be a very interesting session. We will hear the perspectives of government, we will hear the perspectives of industry, we will hear the perspectives of civil society, as well as the European Union, who have been trailblazers in the issue of RPET, as well as in the issue of harmonized standards across markets in Europe. And I'd like to start with Mfo, if you don't mind. The first question would be around, we know that South Africa is a founding member and the leading light of the Africa Circular Economy Alliance, ASEA. And it will be interesting to know from your perspective how you believe that this movement towards having a regional RPET standard can help in achieving the mandates for which ASEA was set up.
Thank you, sir. I will start by saying exactly the words you kind of like ended your presentation, that it is not yet Uhuru. We might be the shining light of Africa in terms of this, but it was not an easy journey. It has been very difficult, a lot of resistance, people having different views, But at the end of the day, we are where we are simply because of hard work of the team, be it government and our NGOs, together with different government departments like the DTI, where my colleague Roman comes from. It has been a very hard work. To answer your question, I think this can be achieved through the full implementation of the EPR schemes. You develop the EPR schemes and you do what I call full implementation. And by this, I mean, at times people normally talk about recycling and they talk about somebody who's collecting waste and bale it and keep it in a room, and they call that recycling. And we don't view that as part of the full implementation of the EPR schemes. For us, it means converting that material into a product which then can be reused for other uses downstream. So if we do that, for instance, I mean, we do have EPR schemes for the packaging and plastic waste, and we are heading on the right direction on that because we believe that that's the only way for now in which you can then realize the full mandate of the ECA, which is about job creation, which is about economic development, and making sure that you prevent environmental pollution. Thank you.
Okay, I'll certainly come back to probe more on that. But before then, it will be good to hear the industry perspective on this. And as we all know, Coca-Cola is obviously a world-famous player in the single-use plastic space. I'd like to check with Sonia, for a company of your profile, how do you see the challenge around, rPET on the continent, and more specifically, tying this to the global commitment that some of these companies have made, including yours, to achieve the 30% target, 50% target by 2030. How is this panning out, and how do you think that an initiative like a common standard on the continent can support this?
Thank you, Clem. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I cannot be there in person, so I'm in Casablanca. But yeah, I think it is absolutely critical. Obviously, all the industry, Coca-Cola, one of the first ones to commit on collection. So we have the 100% collection target for 2030, but also recycled content. So as you said, 50% recycled content in our bottles, plastic bottles by 2030. These, the two components together makes the circular economy, right? If you are able to collect and you're able to use recycled content. So our goal is basically the bottle to bottle. We are very, very aware that our responsibility, right, as producer of this packaging. So that's the only way we see our packaging being sustainable, to be able to use it again and again and again, several times. How regulation impacts this is the enabler or the trigger. As you know, Clem, very well in your past, we are super focused on collection because that's what it's in our hands, what we can do, and is visible. We can do that. So we have been focusing in the last years in collecting as much as possible from the market. But now at this point, closer to 2030, there is no way we can advance in circular economy without the proper standards. And in my markets, I have 13 markets in my bottler, North Africa and West Africa. So Morocco, Algeria are the biggest ones for us. Regulation would be the trigger to make the circular economy possible. And we are ready. I mean, as Coca-Cola, you know it very well, the standards we manage in other parts of the world, we are very used to rPET. So we have the capabilities, we have the technology. If tomorrow the regulation, the standard is there, tomorrow we'll have recycled content. So it's going to be very easy for us in this way. No? So what we are doing is preparing for when it is possible. And we are collecting, we are partnering country by country with the different players, collectors, the informal sector, recycling, the suppliers of preforms, so we can all prepare the value chain for when this is possible. If we don't have the regulation, we don't have another option than downcycling or exporting. And this is not helping at all in the circular economy framework. No? So I think we all need to align on how we are going to make it happen in a way that it's good for everyone. So that would be my first comments, Clem, if that helps.
Yeah, thanks, Sonia. I'd just like to probe a bit on that. Great to hear that you're spread across 13 markets in the region, and I just wanted to check within those 13 markets, how many of them have standards or regulatory approvals for the use of RPET?
None of them, Clem. Unfortunately, any of them we don't have. Neither in Morocco, Algeria, Ghana. We know what we are working on it. We know the government has been looking at it, but as of today, none of them.
Well, that's pretty depressing, and I think that also underscores, part of the challenges that we're talking about. And for Rowan, the Plastic SA represents a broad spectrum of stakeholders, within the plastic space, both industry and recyclers and others. From where you sit, how do you see, this challenge, and how do you see this kind of solution panning out? Do you think it's something that industry players would like to see standardized across markets?
Hello, good morning, everybody, and thanks very much for the opportunity to be here. So, of course, the South African Plastics Pact works with a wide array of different businesses in South Africa. So everything from brand owners to retailers, recyclers and converters as well. And also the PROs are key members of the Plastics Pact. Now, the Plastics Pact has 4 key targets that we're working towards. All of them are aimed at addressing certain parts of the circular economy. Some of it is about elimination, designing for recyclability, recycling, but then also recycled content. So that's really a core target for us at the Plastics Pact. And as we all know, creating that demand for recycling is fundamentally important to actually move towards circularity. Now, in South Africa, we saw the stats earlier. There's been a lot of positive progress, specifically when it comes to recycling PET. Now, of course, there's still a lot of challenges that remain. It's not like the problems are solved. It's at about 63% recycling of PET in South Africa, and a lot of those volumes are not going back into recycled content for bottles. It might go into textiles, or it might go into thermoform PET. That's not currently as circular as bottle-to-bottle recycling. So something that's a big challenge for many of the businesses we work with is ambiguity and confusion. They're not necessarily certain how to approach things like recycled content. And if there is ambiguity, then decision-making in a company becomes difficult. I've worked in corporates before. There needs to be absolute clarity for them to understand what type of decisions that they can make, and then that'll just unlock the barriers that they are currently move towards greater circularity. So in terms of standards, of course, it's important for multinational companies, and we've heard from Coca-Cola as well, to ensure that there's some level of harmonization between standards in Africa, but also some alignment with the standards that there are globally. Because these multinationals don't just operate in Africa, they operate across the world. And if there's some level of harmonization, at least one of the barriers would be overcome, which would allow for much greater levels of recycled content in PET. But yeah, it's just one of the challenges. There's many more other barriers, but as long as we're ambitious enough and as long as we're doing the hard work, I think we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I think one of the ironies of this topic is the fact that even though the standards are things that are used by the industry essentially, for their manufacturing, but the onus to develop and define the standards rests within the public policy space, which is the preserve of government. And the question, that comes up more often than not is how do you get 54 African countries to align on a single standard? I think, when you think about that, it sounds almost like a nightmare, especially when you consider how very slow policy processes and collaborations work on the continent. But the good thing, though, is that, there are examples in other parts of the world where this has succeeded. And I think the European Union provides, a very good case study that we can look at. And we're very privileged to have on the panel with us today, Bastian, who, incidentally is also the food contact materials manager or team lead at the European Union. Bastian, how can you, share with us in terms of what learnings that you guys had to go through, particularly in terms of building consensus, and action, together across the different European countries when this standardization took place several years ago?
Yes, thank you, Clem. Yeah, let me shortly go a little bit into the history of that. So I'm team leader of the food contact materials team, and I'm responsible for ensuring the chemical safety of food contact materials in general, and also recycled PET, therefore. And we should keep in mind that perhaps in the EU, we see that stimulating recycling perhaps is firstly a task of the environmental authorities, but they actually asked me to participate in this session because we have the longest experience sort of with recycling of PET. I think even 2 decades ago, longer, a group of business operators approached the competent authorities in the member states as well as the European Commission on how to recycle PET, what would be the rules, how could you do that safely for food contact applications. They were unsure actually whether they could do that under the legislation of that time. Now, of course, in the EU, we are not in the sort of scenario where you were just describing for Africa. We are in a fortunate position that the EU has a common market and is able to establish common legislation. So that is, of course, a very important precondition to have a good functioning market and to work well. And then, indeed, already in 2008, this led to the first regulation on plastic recycling for food packaging. Now, what should be noticed is that regulation is quite strict and demanding. It requires that the European Food Safety Authority provides a scientific assessment of the capability of a recycling process to decontaminate waste plastic materials so that it becomes again suitable for use in contact with food. The member states considered this regulation would sufficiently ensure the safety of recycled PET, and then they allowed it onto the market. So several factors are more or less coming together here. So first of all, business operators considered there was a viable business case. There is the common market and a single regulation, which provides the legal certainty for the business operators to do so. And that regulation now also helps to foster trust in food business operators, health authorities, and then eventually also the consumers, which then help to develop that market. So I think these are important factors. However, what we see strongly in the European market is that besides trust and legal certainty, a viable business still requires good economics. And I think that we also quite often saw that virgin material was simply cheaper than recycled material. And that is why, for instance, my environmental colleagues are more and more establishing obligatory recycled content targets so that businesses have to use recycled PET and other plastics as well. Now, in practice, the regulation that ensures that recycled food packaging is safe, what we designed, is actually rather complex and requires, unfortunately, some bureaucracy. I can't fully explain that now, but I'm personally very convinced that such a legislation is needed. While it must be approached regionally, as we do in the EU with our common market, still a single standard might not be sufficient. And I think that is also maybe a reason why some of the African authorities may not be fully trusting it. There needs to be a little bit more for it to work. So you need to have a good regulatory framework. And that is also what we have in the EU and why we have a regulation. I can't go into all the detail now because your session is only short, but if there are any participants, they're welcome, of course, to contact us for further information. Thank you, and I hope I was able to explain it.
Absolutely, thanks. That's been very helpful. And building on that, Mfo, and I know you can't possibly speak for the sister African countries, but from your experience in government in South Africa, from your experience and probably involvement, in the ASEA work and some other collaboration frameworks, how do you see, this particular initiative panning out in terms of building the consensus across the governments, and what are the things that you would like to advise as watch-outs?
Thank you for that question. There is a saying that you walk alone, you'll walk very fast. But you walk together as a team, you'll go far. Now, effective support can be mobilized through collaboration. I think that's the only means in which you can do that. Now, working within an alliance increases the volume of our voices and credibility and urgency for our needs. So when we are together as an alliance, obviously it becomes easier for our voice to be heard across the whole continent. But what is very important is to develop the continental aligned policy or standards, obviously that are tailor-made for a particular country, but with a common goal to say, as a continent, this is what we want to achieve as far as the ARPED are concerned. And this will make sure that at least at the end of the day, we are singing from the same hymn book as a continent, despite all the different kind of approaches that we might be using. As long as the goal is common and the standards are there, we are then able to achieve what we require. Now, this means a lot of transparent work, consistent and informed decisions that have to be made so that we then have clear action plans. And those action plans then would have to come with a very detailed and clear monitoring and evaluation protocols, so that at the end of the day, we are able to have the delivery of what we require as an African continent. But more than that, we need cooperation at regional and at global level, so that then we are all together in this, and it is not as if one country in Africa is playing another country. We have seen this happening, and this is what normally the producer of the PAT will normally do. When they go to a particular African country, they will say, but this is not how the rules are, or the standards are in another country, and therefore they will then misuse or abuse that market to an extent that we end up in a problem where we are today. So to avoid that, we need to collaborate as African countries. We need to keep on learning from each other. We are not yet there as South Africa, but we require robust engagements and discussion in order to realize this common goal of the RTPs reuse. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I really don't mean to put you on the spot, but I think that, as a model, so to speak, in terms of not just plastic recycling generally, but specifically even the use of PET on the continent. I mean, South Africa has been using recycled PET since 2005. That's close to 20 years now. I think that there is, you've earned the right, to take leadership of this initiative. And I just wanted to check whether this is something that, the South Africa government can actually take a lead on, in terms of being able to showcase what it has been achieved and be able to make the case for this with sister governments.
Yes, we can. I think equally like what I've said, if you promote EPR schemes that promotes the deposit system, you will not get it any way wrong. I mean, if you go across African continent, to find a bottle of a cold drink or a beer that have got an attachment of a deposit system is very rare. You'd find those without a deposit linked into it. So that's one thing that we've done. And then you raise the cost probably of disposal, so that then you increase the price for the disposal of such material. You develop the deliberate, that's what I call it, deliberate procurement policies that would say, look, this is the way in which you have to go. Either you use the RPET, or if you are to go another route, obviously it will cost you a lot, or you'll not be able to do business with us. So those are some of the things in which, if you model your policies around, or you model them around where people feel they're involved in it as well, and which is awareness and education, which normally lacks in many countries. We are not saying we are yet there as South Africa, but that's a drive which we are putting forward to say we need to raise a lot of awareness, a lot of education around these materials, because they are so important to our ecosystem as much as they are important for economic growth and job creation. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Now, going back to corporates, because again, the industry is actually the lead in this, in terms of whether this is going to succeed or not. And I know that there are a couple of recyclers on the continent, even outside of South Africa, that are already, recycling bottle to bottle, or rather the food grade RPET. But the challenge has been the reluctance, by the corporates in terms of signing off an offtake agreement. And so checking with you, Sonia, how do you think, the industry can play an effective role in terms of giving potential investors the level of confidence that they need, that this is a material for which there is a market on the continent, not just within South Africa, but across the continent. What role can, companies like Coca-Cola and, your coalition of businesses, can play within that space?
Yeah, thanks, Clem. I think it is very important what we just hear about collaboration. And I can share with you one project we are doing in Morocco that is actually being presented in parallel in a parallel session today. It's called Switch to Circular Economy, led by UNIDO. And this is a very interesting project because we managed to put, so we apply in a call for application as Equatorial Coca-Cola, as a bottler, using plastic to create the value chain for the bottle to bottle. So we had to put together 7 different partners in this project to be able to really close the loop and have all the players around the circular model. So it was so complex. It is complex, but companies like mine, I think we have this role of creating the ecosystem. If we want to, let's say, accelerate the system change that we need, we have to be this glue between all the pieces in a country that needs to be put together. In this case, we are very focused on the collection, so working with the informal sector to formalize them, with the collection also at the point of sale, so we are going to have our own collection, but also with the local recycler. And to your point, the local companies already working in the recycle arena is very important. They are normally local, small, medium enterprises. How they can invest in an RPAT facility that costs millions of euros to be able to have RPAT, even without the standards being in place, how they can put this risk in their account. So, and I think we have a role. If we can provide this, of course, it's not as easy as say, I'm going to buy for you, from you, whatever you produce. It's a bit of it's more complex than that, but we do have our role. If we can support the local recyclers, the pre-formed companies locally, the national ones, to develop their capabilities, because we know the standards, as you say, we operate worldwide. We know what needs to be done to have proper quality and proper materials in the process. We can help improve the capability buildings of these small local or medium companies to be able to reach that level, so we can then buy from them the right standards. But we do have to, let's say, do a bet and be with them, co-creating this together and putting our interests let's say behind, and all trying to collaborate and put our efforts for the sake of the whole system change and the circular economy to be happening. And I think this UNIDO project is a very good example of what needs to be done. We need to all sit together. It can be in the form of a coalition, as it was mentioned, and I think we also have a big role to play. And I think South Africa is a great example of how this was managed by the corporations many years ago, and now you can see the good results. So I think we need to learn from this and be able to make it faster, because we cannot wait 20 years to make it happen. So I think if we are smart and we have good intentions all together, we should be able to make it happen in few years. So that would be my takeaways.
Thanks, Sonia. Very well said. And before I come to you all for your last round of comments, I think it will be important for us to check with the audience if we have questions, comments, or any clarification. Yeah, there are several hands. I think 2 hands at the back. If we can take the mics to them, please. It will be good to also check online to know if there are questions that we can respond to. I think there are spare mics here. Please, it will be helpful if you can introduce yourself very briefly and ask your question. And if it's directed to any particular person, you can also feel free to identify who should answer.
Thank you very much. My name is Arnold Mensah from Ghana. representing the Plastic Recyclers and Aggregators Association of Ghana. My question is, I wanted to hear more about the challenges in the rPET sector, because in my country, we are facing a difficulty in getting off-takers for the colored bottles. All off-takers are in for the clear and the light blue bottles, while the colored bottles, which is green and brown in my country, there are no off-takers for it. So first, I want to know that if in South Africa, there are off-takers for the green and brown bottles or the colored bottles, how they are recycled, and if there are any off-takers, I would want to know about that too. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Maybe in the interest of time, we can take a couple of questions and answer them. Some of them might be connected.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Solomon Noy, currently the Director for the Waste Management Department for the City of Accra. And my background, a sanitary engineer by profession. Yes, so the issue concerning plastic waste is so enormous and daring that if we do not take immediate steps like we are doing now, there will be gloom. The story is not that comfortable. The reason being that, as we speak, with the recycling rate, I'm happy to hear South Africa making progress, but the rest of Africa, especially all the countries along the coastlines, the recycling rates are very low. So what happens to the uncollected plastics? It eventually ends up in the oceans. Now, the difficulty is the microplastics that are also emerging. They are gradually getting into our food web, and to the extent that they are altering the DNAs and affecting human life. So the question is, it is very difficult to break even when you want to enter into recycling of plastics. Now, to close in the loop, where do we harness resources in terms of financial capital to be able to assist small SMEs? In Ghana, we, like my colleague just said, you have no idea how the informal sector are willing to operate. Now, where do they get the funding? Because government is not going to subsidize whatever they are doing. Neither do we have an efficient EPR system that is making finance available. All that we have now is not obligatory, it's voluntary, where GRIPE is producing it. So how can African circular economy come in to fill in that gap in order to get these RPETs, and then we can close in the loop?
Okay, thank you.
In
I
plastic
think your point
management.
is made. Thanks very much. Mfo, would you like to take the question on South Africa, or maybe Ron? I think both of you, anyone can actually do it.
Sorry, may I also place my question or my comment? Claudia Bunkenborg, I'm from a German waste management company with an entity in Angola for more than 12 years, trying to establish recycling business as well over there. And I only can say yes. What is needed to upset a sustainable recycling business in a small or medium developed country? It needs policies, it needs regulations, it needs an EPR system which is mandatory and not voluntary, because this is the only chance to set up a sustainable and economic feasible value chain. It needs standards for rPETs, and it needs a control mechanism from authorities, government and local entities to ensure that the EPR system is not only a legal instrument, it is in force and it is followed up. And then you can measure your quotas, and then you will also get a financial, economic, sustainable condition for investments, because then you can issue long contracts and then you are financially viable. So that's, let's say, you are on a very good road, but I think you need to pick up your ideas about training and knowledge in the other countries, maybe in SADC, to set up really an academy to train decision-maker persons on governmental, on municipal, authority levels, so that they know what is needed if they start to create a regulation process. So I think it's a pretty good idea. And they should learn from the experience you made in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we can take these three and then we come round again. Just a moment.
Okay, thank you. I think she took words out of my mouth, but either way, that's the way to go. I mean, EPR schemes that are working with the training and proper empowerment programs. I just want to add to the colleagues at the back who raised the issue of funding, and it's very critical that it is the best way to start anything possible. So in South Africa, we were lucky, if I call it that way, that we are running a program which is called the RESP, it's the Recycling Enterprise Support Program, which is the departmental-run program to finance startups in terms of recycling of waste. And I think we're doing quite well in that space, although that funding is very limited, but it provides seed funding in a such a way that you then develop and make sure that people, they don't lose trust. Like what the gentleman said at the back when he's from Ghana, when he said, I think it's from Ghana or somewhere, when he said, look, you go, you collect, and then what? Or you take this, you take that, tomorrow, then what? And I always say to myself that the very same plastics, the very same bottles that are being produced are produced by the very same companies that we all know. And it takes only a step to approach them and say, this is how I would want things to be done. Where is your responsibility as far as this plastic that you're producing is concerned at the end of the day? How do you want us to manage? How do you want us to do it? And this goes really to the point of saying, I heard my colleague in the panel from, I think, Coca-Cola saying, look, we are ready, we are here. We are just asking what must be done. So I think as government, we are kind of like a little bit silent in our sisters' countries in Africa to say, they are here, they are saying, please knock on our door and tell us what must happen in this regard. And hence, I spoke about development of the policy that are so deliberate, intended to make sure that these standards are developed and they are enforced. Thank you.
Ron, would you like to contribute to that?
Yes, I'll just respond to the question about the colored PET bottles. So essentially, that's a lot of the work we do is engaging with the brand owners and retailers to design packaging for circularity. So in South Africa, the green PET bottles and brown, they can be recycled, but they don't have the same value as clear PET. So essentially, in our view, the packaging that's placed on the market when it comes to PET beverage bottles, it simply has to be clear. That will always have a much higher value for recycling. And the businesses that place that packaging on the market have to make those correct decisions. And it happens quite often that these choices are made by the commercial and marketing teams for marketing purposes. They want to attract attention from the customers. They want to stand out on shelf. But essentially, if your product, if a customer likes your product, it doesn't need to be in a brown bottle. Sometimes there might be requirements for the product itself to be in a certain type of bottle, but essentially, if it's just for the customer to attract attention, then the contents of the product, in my view, is much more important than the color of the packaging. So it just needs to be designed for circularity. And when it comes to EPR as well, so in the EPR regulations, there are requirements to design for recyclability, but perhaps there needs to be something around designing for circularity, because if you recycle into the lower end markets, that might, after one lifetime, still end up on landfill, and you're not necessarily solving the problem. Yeah, that's my take on it.
Yeah, thanks very much. And Sonia, I don't know if you have anything to contribute to this. I'm aware that the Sprite bottles that used to be green have all now turned white, which is great. It would be good to know what insights, informed that, and whether you are also looking at your entire portfolio to replicate the same thing for other bottles that may not be clear at the moment.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking on when the Ghana colleagues spoke, I was thinking about Sprite. We used to have a Sprite in the green color plastic, and we have shifted to clear bottles. Basically, because recyclability is key for the circular economy, as you said, we don't need color bottles for anything. So we made the decision already, so we shift all of our portfolio for clear bottle, because we want the bottles to be used again, so they have to be all the same, the crystal PET. But we saw still a lot in the markets. Many companies, small bottling companies, most likely they're still using the colors without, the knowledge of the impact of this.
Yeah, thanks. And I think this is, where there is a role for policy, there's a role for regulation to ensure that all players can be brought, to the same field, and ensuring that there's a bit of standardization in this. I want to check if there are any more rounds of questions, either in the room or online. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Mine is just more of both comment and question. My name is Popola Mustafa Ayo. I work in an agency that look at science and engineering infrastructure development in Nigeria, and which resides in the presidency. Basically, I want to say that one, the conversation we have here, and we're actually having good conversations. And I want to say that around the table, I don't think we are complete, because reference have been made to things that have to do with Africa. We don't have African Union here, thanks to AFDB, and we know the components that they cover. And we have regional bodies across Africa, ECOWAS, none of them are here. So I think it might be important going forward, because head of states and head of government actually listen to them, they meet them. So not everybody that are here privileged to actually convey to the table of people that take decision. So going forward, I think that might be critical for us to actually look at, because anything that we call partnership, collaborations that we can actually do at our levels, without coordination will lead to disaster, or it could actually have some half-life tendencies in making sure that we deliver on these critical issues that we are discussing here. That's number one. Number two has to do with the value chain we are actually talking about in terms of circularity. So I think in Africa, there are a lot of things that actually need to go circular. Not only products, we could actually look at even our services, look at the public service system. For me, my understanding of circularity is that anything that's going to be anti-waste. So that's the way I define it in my head. So when I check anything, either service or product, then. So if we're actually looking at that, there's a lot of things to be done. And what I think we need to do again is that studying each of the value chain and see the component that RDI, research, development, and innovation, can actually do at different nodes of the value chain. Here we're talking about a waste management company generating waste too. I've seen those models. When you go to where you have a lot of different materials being mixed together, like we have in Lagos, in Nigeria, many recycling company, you see that more than 50% of what is being recycled is actually becoming waste too. Because I mean, like you mentioned, the issue of color bottle, and even if you look at plastic, they are not of the same material.
Sure. So
they are being sorted, and again, why will a circular company playing the circular economy still producing some of this? So, I mean, I think the issue of R&D should be critical, and we need to actually, then finally, is the issue of funding. So when you look at the equipment that are required in this space, they are not cheap. Are we looking at interventions that we will be looking at modular facilities that are actually adaptive and is scalable? So I think those are critical things that we need to look at. And if there are solutions around that in other African countries, I think it will become very critical for us. One thing I know that African Union used to do, I don't know, maybe they do it again now, is what they call the peer review mechanism between countries. That will be critical going forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Very good points made. Just to respond very quickly to the comment around the African Union not being here. Obviously, this is a starter conversation. I think this is an issue that is just emerging, and there is opportunity for us to have more of this conversation at more forums, of course, obviously on the continent and in other places where we will get all the stakeholders to weigh in on it. But my attention was drawn to the fact that, Bastian, you did raise your hand. Did you want to make a comment?
Yes, no, I just wanted to reinforce the idea that the start of the work is really at appropriate legislation, which sets out a framework which can be used across the continent. So in that sense, it's indeed very regrettable that the African Union isn't in this meeting, because I think they would be very crucial to provide a starting point. So it's about the regulatory framework which needs to be established. And then probably it has to be established starting from waste collection and build the whole system from there, like we are in fact still doing in the European Union, because even here it's not fully set, and we're discussing at the moment a much more strict packaging and packaging waste legislation. So also here it's still difficult, but the regulatory framework is really very important. That is what I wanted to add.
Very true, thanks. Okay, any more questions online or in the room? Yes, please. Okay, this will be our last round of questions. We'll just take 2 questions and then we round up.
Right, thank you very much. My name is Khalid, and I'm an academic from the UK. I work as a research fellow at the University of Exeter, and I sort of specialize in strategizing, in standardizing road mapping towards circular economy, sort of adopting granular steps and granular processes right from the conception, the inception through to implementation. And the conversation that I've had with many people, practitioners, is sort of around the fizzling out of the strategy. So the very, very ambitious sort of plans are taken at the beginning, and before you get to implementation, things sort of run away, essentially. So things sort of fizzle out. To talk about plastic in particular, in my work, I've actually looked at different value chains globally, and sort of all the different roadmaps that have been developed sort of globally. And there are some key priority areas. Plastic is actually the second most important priority sort of area globally. And in Africa, I think it's about the third one. So we've got sustainable waste management, construction, and plastics. But I think we're looking at this. So if I'm to look at this from a road mapping sort of perspective, sort of going about it sort of in a sequential fashion, it's really, really important to look at it as a whole system, because plastics don't exist in isolation. So plastics are linked to other industries. And we've been talking about recycling, and we all know that recycling is actually the last resort when it comes to circular economy, as this gentleman. So we've got to look at the different stages of the value chain and where can we sort of strategize. Policy is really, really important. We haven't actually talked much about policy, because that is actually where the action takes place. Metrics are important. So when we sort of identify a particular stage of the value chain, of the plastic value chain, what are the metrics? How do we measure these things? How do we learn from these things? Has it worked? Has it not worked? What are the KPIs at the end of it? Yeah. So I think this is probably one area that may be more attention and more research in the African context. We need to sort of to devote a lot of our research into these areas. So what are the metrics? What are the KPIs? Okay. And what are the important policies?
Thank you very much. I mean, it's an evolving area. It's an evolving piece of work. And I think that all of the points you've made, very valid points, and I believe that they will be covered. There was one more hand that was up, okay. And that would be our last from the audience.
Thank you. So Andrew here from Zambia. I work for a company called Tandem, and we do circular economy consulting work. We're talking a lot about recycling of plastic here, and I think it was mentioned earlier that actually it's quite a low-level circularity. I know that, for example, Coca-Cola has had very successful pilots in South America with returnable packaging. So should we not really be talking about packaging that can be returned and cycled in the system as a higher level circularity solution?
Good point. Like they say, I think there's no silver bullet, to the issue of plastic waste pollution. So basically, I think it's a basket approach. I mean, you want to look at, the basket of solutions. Obviously, recycling would be one of them. Returnable glass bottles would be one of them. And of course, degradable packaging, whenever technology evolves to that level, will be one of them. But I think the most important thing is that, whatever work stream or whatever, solution that we are looking at, we just need to be sure that it is practicable, it is realistic, and it is something that, is achievable. And with regard to returnable packaging, I think that the glass bottles actually, used to be the base of the beverage industry in Africa. And that is one of the things that we consider to be one of the lowest hanging opportunities. But of course, it takes a lot of capital, to go into glass bottling. And of course, that means that a lot of the small players, will be taken out of the market if that were to become standardized. So I think it's important to ensure that, we're looking at a basket of solutions approach and not just, fixated on one particular thing. But obviously, each and every one of them would always have a downside. But the challenge is, how do we ensure that we are mitigating those downsides? So back to the panel, and this is just to round up. I'd like to give each of you just 1 minute to summarize your thoughts and to just leave us with a soundbite, that you would like us to walk away with from this session. And for that, I'd like to start with Bastian.
Yeah, thank you. Well, my soundbite would be really work on a regulatory framework, start probably in the side of waste collection, and do not forget the small operators. Make sure that your regulatory framework is also empowering the small operators, both on the waste collection side, as well as the plastic producers, as well as the food companies. I think that will be very important. But yeah, it has to start, I think, from the policy side in regulatory context. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. Ron?
Thanks very much. So essentially for me, three key themes would be collaboration, innovation, and disruption. So essentially we all talk about collaboration all the time. We attend conferences and things like that. But ultimately collaboration is about leading to real impact on the ground. It's about working together to overcome the barriers that there are to circularity. And it's really about driving that real world impact. Obviously regulation and policy plays a role because that determines the rules of the game where all the different companies and organizations have to play in. But ultimately voluntary action from business can be a very good precursor to future policy. So in South Africa, for example, voluntary EPR existed for a very long time before mandatory EPR was implemented. So obviously voluntary EPR can only go so far, but it's really a good place to start, perhaps for many African countries as well, before that policy can be developed in the future. But back to my three themes, innovation and disruption will come in where there might be organizations, small companies, economic opportunities where businesses start reuse or refill businesses that might disrupt the current system in some way and create unique economic opportunities in Africa. So many of the big companies will change their practices when they realize that they're losing market share in some way, or there's an economic opportunity that the new organizations are taking advantage of that they should change their practice in accordance with. And sometimes it's very, very difficult to change a big company with legacy practices. So that's where the disruption comes in, where new businesses have to start and change how this system functions, which ultimately would also lead to change within these bigger organizations as well.
All right, thank you very much, Ron. Sonia?
Yes, just to add new things, obviously fully supportive to what we just said. I think there is a couple of things that were not mentioned so far. One is traceability, so linked to what was said about the journey of plastic and how circular economy and with other products can be linked, and traceability I think is an important element for us to be safe, no, and to have the assurance that the product has the best quality. And then for me there is an opportunity actually for financing, no, how we are going to pay this bill of infrastructure that needs to be in place. And I think there are a lot of opportunities if we put together many players, many development institutions, governments, big NGOs, corporations, and we co-finance together this bill. So it's not as divided, no, in few players, but more in all of us. And again, the system change that is need to happen, and that we need the support of everyone. And again, stress the regulation needs to be there for us to be able to deliver our targets.
Thank you very much. And Mfo?
Thank you very much. I think for me, it should be full implementation of the EPR schemes. It should be development of the policies that are actually action-based and that are actually implementable. And not just a policy that we're so happy about it, but it's actually hindrance to this issue. The third factor here will be establishment of the symbiosis programs. You know, the programs where we do symbiosis with other countries or other regions and make sure that we then capture and harness some of the job creation opportunities from here. But the last one, which I would want to leave it with you, so that even when you see me outside, you will think about it, and it's a challenge that we are dealing with in the country, is dealing with illicit market. We've got a lot of the plastics that are coming not from the normal sources, and that, you know, pose a very challenging issue. And despite how tight it's your regulations, but if you don't tight the issue of illicit market, you wanna just remain with plastics that you have no use for in the country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, panelists. I think it's been a very exciting and insightful discussion, and a couple of sound bites, you know, have come up from here. First and foremost is the criticality of regulations and policies, you know, to be able to create the framework and the pathway for action. We've also listened to the importance of financing, but I think also we need to switch our mindset away from financing as in the terms of grants and all of that. I think if we can create a market, you know, for these products, then of course, you know, the financing will always come. Like they say, you know, follow the money. You know, once, you know, investors will always follow where the money is. So if we can create a market and show investors that there's a credible market for these materials on the continent, I think that, you know, the kind of financing that will ensure that we have a sustainable solution will be achieved. Then, of course, you know, the issue of collaboration has been talked about, and it cannot be overemphasized. And I think there was a beautiful saying that, you know, sums it up, which is, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I think that as Africa, we want to go together, we want to go far, and that is the reason why collaboration and this regional approach to the plastic solution problem would be a sustainable pathway for us to build a truly circular economy that we can all be proud of. Thank you very much to the organizers, to ADB, to ASEA, and to everyone who has made this, you know, part of success. Thank you so much.
Hello. I'm sure it's going very well thus far. Thank you very much for all the panelists and everyone. I have the pleasure to introduce a forward-looking minister from a very forward-looking country, Engineer Elias Mbanga. He is the Minister of Small and Medium Enterprise Development in Zambia. If you understand the story of Africa, we're not a country with large Fortune 500 firms. Most of our private sector are the small and medium enterprises. So he sits where a lot can happen. So thank you so much, Minister, for coming. And we've kept repeating here all the time that if you want to go fast, you go alone, right? But if you want to go far, you go together. He understands that. And he did not come here alone because he wants to go far. So he came with the Finnish ambassador to Zambia, Miss Sanna Hallinen. And to even know that he's going to go even very far, he came with a large contingent from Zambia. Can we put our hands together for the Zambian delegation here? I know why he's saying that.
Please, you can stand. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to seeing larger contingencies like this to show that they are in this together. Thank you very much. Minister, maybe, no, you see, African, he said no. Sir, can you just say one word to us?
It's a morning. Good morning. This is fantastic. This is good. We are into this together. I know that there is much more emphasis on policy and regulation. And I stand here to, support that some of us who are, representing governments, I think we must pay much attention to this. We put in serious regulatory measures in this, secular economy. Plastics is a big problem we do have. And if we don't, from government point of view, I think we having very serious issues. We take it, we understand it, and I think we've got what it takes to sort out these issues. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day.
I'm wondering if I'm the right person to come after all these presentations and introductions. But thank you so much. It's very surreal to see commitment at that high level from the government. It shows that things will move, once the government is involved. So thank you so much. We're going to take a break now. I mean, you all have done well sitting down. I'm sounding like a headmistress now. So please, we'll take a break for 10 minutes. I mean, feel free, stretch, use the washroom, refill your coffee cups, and then come back here for the last session for the day. And I'll give you a sneak peek into that last session. It's going to talk about a project that is actually on the ground in Africa, in the food systems area. So please don't miss that last session. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. We also have our prompts. Now it is the So
Hello. Hi, everyone. Sorry to cut short the fun. Okay. Hello. Hello. Hi, everyone. Can we please be seated for the last session? Hi. Break over, fun over for now. Let me call the people outside here. Hello? Hello? Hello, everyone. Can we please come back to the hall? Can we please return back to the hall? The timekeeper work isn't working. Huh?
Are we going to get a minute?
Yeah, before the closing. Before the closing, before we wrap up. Yeah.
So there's going to be the videos and then so next session.
Yes.
That's the last session.
That's the last session. Then, no, before, after the session, then they would come.
But why don't we do it right after the video? Then it's fresh.
No, we're not doing. We have to leave the videos.
Oh, videos out
for now. Yeah. We should leave it. Yeah, we should leave the videos out, right?
I don't mind it. I think it's better without the video.
Okay.
We're used to explaining video.
So the video is them talking about their business. So it's not like they're showing the business. So it's either the video or them speaking.
Okay. Let the video. I'm sure there's something you want to give you the opportunity. Oh, that's the guy saying understanding. And then what is it that you expect more?
Okay.
That's what I mean.
All right.
So they're briefing you? I'm thinking, since they are here physically.
Yeah, let's get them out there.
I think we'll need the microphone.
Hello, Lara. Maybe you should tell them to.
Is it on? No.
Hello, hello. May I kindly ask all participants to make their way back to the room so we can go on with the next presentation. Thank you.
It seems people are having so much fun and not. Yeah, so we'll give them 2 minutes and then would kickstart here. Okay, I guess we can carry on now. Thanks for coming back. Trust me, there'll be lots of opportunities after this session to network, to have lunch, and then just chat around before we all leave. So moving on to the last session or the last discussion for the day, we still have a few entrepreneurs who would want to showcase before we leave finally. I'll be calling on Lara Maritano to lead that discussion on circular food systems. Lara has been very involved in this partnership, setting up this whole session. She works, so she collaborates with ASEN. She's part of the ASEN, African Circular Economy Network team, and the network is a strategic partner to the Alliance. So we have actually been working hand in hand for a while now. She was also very instrumental to setting up the studios in Africa during last year's WCEF. And she's I know her very well to be very passionate about the circular economy topic. And she is an interesting fun fact about her is she's one of the first 20 people in Italy with specialization in the circular economy topic. And it's something that she's very happy to keep pushing. So welcome to the stage, Lara. Thank you.
Thank you, Banwa, for this wonderful introduction. So I just want to make sure that the slides are working. Perfect. Dear ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors and government officials, good morning again. I would like to welcome everyone, especially those who have just joined us in the session, and also a warm welcome to all our audience that are following us from all over the world online. So after these two inspiring sessions on the green mining industry and on plastics, it's time for us to move on to another exciting topic, extremely important in the lives of all of us, food systems. But before we talk about this topic, I would like to give you a little background on the African Circular Economy Network, in short, ACEN. So the African Circular Economy Network is a non-profit, volunteer-based company registered in South Africa, born in 2016 by a handful of crazy minds, some of them are present here today, who wanted to bring the first talks about circularity on the African continent. And I'm extremely grateful from a personal point of view that they did that. Thanks to our continuous work of connecting people and being a network of networks, we have now today representation in over 42 countries in Africa. And online, we went from 3,000 LinkedIn followers to almost 9,000 in just 1 year. ACEN had the honor last year, together with the African Development Bank and ASEA, to co-organize the World Circular Economy Forum 2022 and to allow a broader reach across the entire continent. As my colleague Bonwa mentioned, we organized 5 studios to allow local communities to have access to that same information that was being shared in Rwanda. And one of the studios was the Zambian studios, and I'm really happy to see so many familiar faces. And this just shows how an event is not just an event if you continue activities around it. So while we connect people and we spread circularity across the African continent, we always keep in mind our vision to build restorative African economies that generate well-being and prosperity, inclusive of all its people through new forms of economic production and consumption, which maintain and generate its environmental resources. Well, that is quite a statement, I know. So how do we do all this? ACEN does a lot of work in terms of research. We have created a newsletter for our almost 1,500 subscribers. We have a variety of annual subscriptions and memberships, as well as tailor-made partnerships and collaborations. So if you would like to become a member of this wonderful network, please feel free to reach out to me or any of my colleagues after this session. We are also co-authors of reports for African countries to understand the state of the art and the development of circular economy on the entire continent. We are involved and support projects and activities, and we create numerous circular economy training courses and workshops to raise awareness among students, businesses, and ordinary citizens. Another activity that we're really proud of is the mapping of circular economy best practices. In the slide here, you can see a very rudimental map of how circular Africa is, and that should not surprise us, as Africa has always been circular, mostly for survival. So I feel that it's Africans who can teach us, instead of the opposite, on how circularity should be done. So we took this map a step forward. With the collaborations with Footprints Africa and Greta Randall, we created this map that you can find online on our website. It's an interactive map that has over 500 case studies of circular economy on the African continent. So I do welcome you to have a look. And if you do have a company or you're part of an organization who works in circularity, please do add yourself on there as well. Now, all of this, of course, cannot be done alone. So we collaborate with a numerous amounts of partners. We collaborate with international economic organizations, such as the African Development Bank, with governments, and ASEA is a great example of it. And I'm happy to hear that Zambia is finalizing its the final steps to become a member of ASEA. ASEN also supports research with its Academia Supporters program. We work a lot with universities, and we also cooperate with circular networks globally. And some of these you probably may have heard, such as the Ellen MacArthur Foundation and Holland Circular Hotspots. Now, for today's session, I'm very honored to be presenting circular food systems in Africa, as by 2050, a quarter of the world's population will be African, and this will inevitably shape our future from many points of view: global trade, geopolitics, migration, climate. One of the consequences is, of course, the increase in demand for food, consumer goods, and the increased creation of waste. And since the GDP of many African countries depends so predominantly on agriculture, this inevitably yields a potential for inclusive growth for all. However, let's all remember that Africa is the least responsible to contributing to the world's climate crisis, and yet the one to suffer some of the most severe consequences of extreme weather conditions that the planet is undergoing due to the Anthropocene-induced climate disasters. So please bear with me. I have a set of questions for you that we may not answer all today, but I think it's very important that we ask ourselves these questions and then we work together to find solutions. So how do we feed 1.3 billion people that we are expecting in Africa in the next decade? How do we create new resilient food systems that are able to withstand the challenges of an unpredictable climate disaster? And how do we make sure that in 10 years' time, Africa's wonderful lands and soil will still be healthy enough to yield food for everyone? And how do we ensure that all food produced actually arrives on people's plates and does not get wasted along the production chain? How do we make sure that food production will be regenerative and continuously restore the land instead of degrading them? And what about all the unnecessary waste and pollution created along the value chain? As I mentioned, we will not be able to answer all these questions today, and I don't want to bore you with the usual definitions and theories of what regenerative systems are. So instead, I hope that at the end of this session, you may go home with a couple of more concrete and tangible examples of what circular food systems in Africa are starting to look like, hoping to leave you with a little bit more inspiration and hope by the end of the session. So before we begin inviting our speakers, I would like now to leave the floor for the opening remarks of this topic to a person with over 12 years of professional experience in environmental pollution control at policy level. I had the honor of working with him in last year's World Circular Economy Forum's task force, which he helped us organize and host in his country, Rwanda, so flawlessly. He is currently the technical focal point on circular economy matters for Rwanda. He's the chair of ASEA's Food System Working Group and chair of Rwanda Circular Food Systems Forum. Please help me welcome on stage Pollution and Waste Policy Specialist at the Rwanda Ministry of Environment, Mr. Dismas Karunga.
Honorable ambassadors here present, officials representing the Finnish government here, other officials representing their countries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be with you today to this accelerator session focusing on circular economy in food system. I would like to thank the Africa Circular Economy Alliance and ASEN who gave me this opportunity to speak in this session. The study entitled 5 Big Bets for Circular Economy in Africa, commissioned by Africa Circular Economy Alliance, showed that the agriculture sector contributes roughly 23% of the continent's total GDP and employs close to 6% of active population. This shows that the agriculture and the food system are playing a vital part in economic activity on Africa continent. Unfortunately, the study showed that our current food production and consumption habits are unsustainable, characterized by a wasteful, resource-intensive, and polluting food system. It is therefore obvious that a circular economy for food system is crucial to fulfill the containers of food security demand in a sustainable manner, while enhancing valorization, waste valorization, and reduction of emissions. In Rwanda's efforts to transition to a circular economy, we set a vision to promote a circular food system that is restorative and regenerative by nature, which eliminate food waste and where unavoidable waste resources are productively used. We developed our circular economy, and agriculture and food system was one of the priority. In the action plan, we prioritized to enhance the valorization of organic waste from agriculture sources and decrease post-harvest losses. We also gonna promote high commercial organic fertilizer and locally produced by biological farm inputs. The third intervention in the action plan in relation to food system is the integration of urban and peri-urban farms system and into district planning. At last, for that to be possible, we have to develop national guidelines for farmers that provide the guidance on how to set up a crop or animal farm in the most sustainable and circular manner. This action plan and this intervention will be financed by the public, private, and the multi-donor funding, and the implementation is now going on. Thank you. Thanks for World Resource Institute, Africa Circular Economy Alliance, SN, and other partners that introduced a project on food system in Rwanda. The Ministry of Environment also is implementing another project on waste and circular economy in partnership with the government of Germany. From these examples from Rwanda, we can conclude that in order to be effective, a circular food system will require a more efficient use of resources such as energy, water, and an increase in productivity, a reduction in post-harvest losses, as well as improved waste management from food system. Also, partnership and collaboration will be needed. On the level of Africa Circular Economy Alliance, we created a working group on food system as a platform to share experience and to look for innovative solution for improving food system in Africa. So during this session, I look forward to have a fruitful discussion and finding new ways to work together to advance the circular food system in Africa. I thank you. Look forward to more fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dismas, for this introductory speech and for presenting with pride all the wonderful achievements of your country. This really gives me hope that circularity in Africa is doomed to stay and to thrive. So it's up to us. Now, remaining in Rwanda, it is my pleasure to present to you my colleague Bahati Elise Ntawuhiganayo. I hope I pronounced it right. I did a couple of tries, but Elise is a circular economy specialist in Eastern Africa who focuses on circular food systems. He has a passion for supporting smallholder farmer communities. He also promotes the adoption of regenerative agriculture practices, particularly agroforestry in Rwanda, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Kenya. Elisa's expertise also extend to the valorization of waste and byproducts from coffee and tea processing, exploring innovative ways to reduce waste and maximize resource utilization. He actively collaborates with government agencies, playing a vital role in raising awareness and implementing circular economy principles at a national level. And last but not least, he is one of our most proud and active members in representing Rwanda's ASEAN chapter. Please help me welcome on stage Elise Bahati.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lara, for that introduction. And good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm going to be presenting about the circular food systems project that we have in Rwanda that my colleague just alluded to. And this is a project that is one of the first steps that we're taking to implement the Rwanda's National Circular Economy Action Plan. And starting with this, we have a project that has three main objectives. One is supporting the SMEs with the adoption and the application and the scale up of the circular economy principles. And secondly, we want to advance the development of the enabling environment, the policy space, where the transition to circularity will be enhanced. And thirdly, this is a project that aims at generating the knowledge and also disseminating this knowledge to many stakeholders as possible. And this is going to be not be applicable in Rwanda only, but also to other different geographies. And the question is, why Rwanda? Why do we talk about Rwanda, and why did the partners decide to go to Rwanda to start this project? One is, it has been said that Rwanda has taken the first steps and is at the forefront of the circular economy in Africa. And it's a front runner country where it was the first country in Africa to develop the National Circular Economy Action Plan and Roadmap, which is underway. And it also banned the single-use plastic bags back in 2008 for the first time in Africa, and other countries in Africa are also following, taking good steps. It was also mentioned that at the international level, Rwanda is a founding member of the African Circular Economy Alliance, and is also a co-chair of this alliance. And it is also a founding member of the Global Alliance on Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency, GACERE, and it uses all these platforms to actually advance the circular economy agenda on the African continent and globally. So it is also Rwanda an early adopter because back in 2021, Rwanda collaborated with Peru to actually draft the international resolutions that were adopted by the United Nations Environment Alliance, where in this assembly, there was the drive to actually end the plastic pollution. And very recently, Rwanda has enacted a law to actually ban the single-use plastics, and it's actually being enforced. Now, if I take a glimpse on the Rwanda's agri-SMEs landscape, Rwanda is a country that is predominated by agriculture as the main economic sector, and it is a sector that employs close to 70% of Rwanda's population, contributing 37% of our total national exports, with coffee as the leading export. And it also contributes, agriculture contributes 33% to the national GDP. Unfortunately, on average, we have 164 kg of food that is lost per capita per year. So this is still a challenge that needs to be addressed. Looking at the SME landscape, we can see that the Rwanda's business is predominated by the SMEs. 98% of the businesses that we have in Rwanda are into the SMEs, and it has been talked about here by many people. And this provides jobs to 41% of all the private sector jobs that we have in Rwanda. And the research indicates that the SMEs that we have currently in Rwanda lack the resources and the capacity to actually thrive in this environment, which is where this project, the Circular Food Systems for Rwanda, comes into play. And this is a 4-year project that has 2 phases, and it has these 2 work streams. One, which is the SME development. In the first phase, that started in 2021, we actually started with landscaping, trying to understand the ecosystem of the SMEs, the circular economy space, trying to co-create the fund mechanism, and which resulted into the phase 2 that started in January this year. We launched the SME fund, which is going to actually be encouraging, promoting the embedding of circular economy principles into the business models of these SMEs. And we are going to also run the accelerator program to these SMEs that are going to be selected. And policy-wise, we have been doing the stakeholder mapping, the policy and institutional frameworks, reviewing the policies in the first one. And this led to the launch of a multi-stakeholder platform, which is at the policy level that is going to be enhancing, promoting the circular economy agenda in Rwanda. And this is going to also be convening the policy dialogues in the SME workshops that I'm going to talk about in a minute. And we have launched this SME fund, especially to provide the technical capacity to these SMEs that are undercapacitated. And this is done through 3 phases. The first phase will be the pipeline development, where we provide the information and resources to the SMEs and convene events on circularity topics and that affect the entire agri-food sector. And secondly, we also provide the technical assistance to these SMEs, where we assess their status, how their business models are responding to the circular economy indicators, and where we will also provide the on-site coaching, on-site training to these private sector SME actors. And lastly, we will develop the market linkages. The market linkages with these SMEs, where we will connect them with circular business that are also in the space. The peer-to-peer learning will be encouraged, and we'll link them with the suppliers, we'll link them with funders, potential investors who might actually help them grow strategically. And if I take you through a journey of an SME that we might fund and support throughout the process. So the process starts with identifying the SMEs, where they will participate in the pipeline development, and we provide them with information that are required, and they will submit an application to this. And once we select them, we shortlist them, we actually take them through a process where we first matchmake with them with the technical assistant provider. We have different technical assistance providers at the SN, and we do the contract with these technical assistant providers, and we co-develop a proposal with these SMEs that is going to help them embed the circular economy principles in their business models, and we get to action. We will get to action and help them do that, and until they will reach a level where they can actually develop a proposal that is bankable, that is presentable to the potential investors, the potential funders, and this is going to enhance their capacity and increase their resources. And the second work stream, which is a policy work stream, we have launched a couple of months ago a policy multi-stakeholder platform, which is now a policy dialogue forum where we're going to encourage the collaboration and coordination between the public, private, and civil society players to advance the circular economy for food at local and the national level. And in this platform, we're going to have four main things. We will conduct what we call the policy labs. And these policy labs, this is a place where we come with the policy challenge, we dissect it, we see how this is affecting the SME development. We see how this is going to actually be resolved by everyone taking their respective actions. And with this, we're going to encourage the policymakers to actually develop an enabling environment, a policy environment that is conducive for these SMEs, and these policies are going to be harmonized. And this is a platform where these discussions are going to be held, and therefore we'll have the policy advocacy through this kind of platforms. And this is going to be implemented. This is a project that is going to be implemented by multiple partners, which is funded by the IKEA Foundation and led by the World Resources Institute, and implemented by Africa Circular Economy Network, the Resonance, and the African Circular Economy Alliance, the Platform for Accelerating the Circular Economy, PACE, and also the Rwanda's Cleaner Production and Climate Innovation Center. So with this, I've just given you a project in a nutshell. So I hope some of you might have questions or everything was clear. So I'm very happy to take questions if there is any question that you might have. And the rest we can chat on the side. Thank you. Cool.
Thank you, Bahati, for presenting us this incredible project that we're truly hoping to see thrive in the next 2 years. Now, from Rwanda, let's move at the opposite coast all the way to Nigeria. Our next speaker is a dear colleague of mine to whom I look up to very much, and I'm sure after a small chat with her, you would too. So her name is Oluwakemi. She is the Executive Director of AMPAC Nigeria Limited, based in Lagos, Nigeria. Kemi has lived and worked in the United Kingdom and Nigeria, holding leadership roles in the fields of environmental management, energy management, change management, sustainability, circular economy, climate change, sustainable development, and organization development initiatives for global organizations in with-profit, non-profit, and social entrepreneurship sectors. Outside of her work at AMPAC, Kemi is an executive member of ASEAN, as well as Nigeria's chapter representative. Please help me welcome on stage, Kemi.
Thank you very much, Lara, and a very warm afternoon to every distinguished ladies and gentlemen and those online. Okay, so I know I heard Boma mention lunch twice. I think twice she mentioned lunch twice. So Boma, I hope we're going to have African meals. We are talking food systems. Okay, so Lara has introduced me, and I'll go straight. right into it. So circular food systems, but I'll be in the next 15 minutes looking at towards a regenerative and resilient food system in Nigeria, spotlight some SMEs, agripreneurs, look at what ASEAN Nigeria chapter has been doing and will do, and I'll wrap it up. But let me allow you imagine 200 million Nigerians being vegan in the next few decades. Okay, I see my colleague at the back giving me that askance look like, Kem, what are you talking about? Right? But that's not our reality really, anyway. I don't think it will be. Nigeria is a very large country, like most of you know, and giant of Africa. And food is very dear to us. When you look at that complex web of food production, processing, transportation, and consumption, you begin to wonder, really, what is it? Can we look at food system from that just very high level, no connectedness to, the people that matters? And really, agriculture cuts across all strata because it connects our living, nutrition, diet, businesses, whatever it is. And so agriculture has always been a source of food and employment. And employment is one way I typically sell circular economy, because that's what it does really, in the real sense of it. And if you want to catch people's attention, employability and employment for circular economy is my first selling point. That's my route. That's my entry point. But we see that Nigeria has arable farmlands, large expanse of it. And we thrive well with our staple crops and cash crops. I know for sure that rural Nigerians are agrarian in nature. There's this profound rural urban migration now, and which is really accounting for half of the population. But we know, I don't want to speak globally, I want to speak Nigeria now, that there's this imminent imploding population. It's going to blow up on our faces. And how are we going to feed ourselves? And food systems is not just about food, but really industrial application in itself. I have some facts and figures there. I know we've taken time to digest them. And so how do we approach circular food systems? How should we really? For Nigeria, I will look at it from different hubs. That's our geopolitical zones, because the terrains differ. In the north central to northeast, the terrain is not the same with what you have in the southwest or in the south-south. And so I took this diagram from LEAF. I've always followed LEAF. That's the Linking Environment and Farming. It's a British NGO with a lot of activities. And I think I resonated so much with it because what the diagram they had in 2011 has evolved, and this is what they have as at today. For circular agriculture, you will look at climate, nature, economy, and society. And I will get to it later in the presentation, what I mean by that. But for Nigeria, agriculture, before we went straight into oil, was our cash cow. Many agric billionaires through that process. Groundnut, we used to have groundnut pyramids in the north for various industrial applications. Oil palm, very rich. Okumo oil and so many other industries thriving very well. And that oil palm industry really, in the real sense of it, defines circular economy, the whole process. And I'll show you a diagram right afterwards. And then in the southwest, of course, cocoa, and a lot of exportation of cocoa from Nigeria goes on. So this fantastic web you see here, while I was trying to research on the topic, I came across it, the superstructure for sustainable circular economy in the palm oil industry. I wouldn't know if this is what the major players in the palm oil sector in Nigeria have adopted. But you will know that from palm kernel shells to palm kernel oil effluents, everything really can be looped back into the system. Electricity, generating biomass, every single thing. You can generate biochar, bio-oil. And so we have large expanse of oil palm plantation. When we look at food systems, we should begin to think of particular cash crops or staple crops and begin to tackle circular food systems one at a time from that perspective. Yes, we understand there are challenges every now and then, but also we can identify solutions. And so we know that the current system, of course, comes at a cost. I will show you, I would point in the direction of a video just after I say this. And for me, we can hardly meet today's needs if we continue this way. And so circular economy for food systems, is what we need to adopt. I'll play this video. It's just a 2-minute video to get us thinking. What next? Okay, technology wants to film me now. Can I please have the video played from the tech team there? Thank you. I believe it should come up in a moment.
Nigeria relies on $10 billion worth of imports to meet its food and agricultural production shortfall. Food loss is a major challenge, with about 50% of agricultural produce not making it to the market. UNEP's 2021 report estimates that 189 kilograms of food is wasted per capita in Nigeria every year. The result is a rise in food insecurity, resource depletion, and increased greenhouse gas emissions. Circular food systems provide a holistic approach to solving food challenges while reducing the pressure on natural resources. It shortens the supply chain by connecting key players, improves harvest, transport, and storage practices, and stimulates a loop system where the output of one part of the chain becomes input for another. The African Circular Economy Network Nigerian chapter collaborates with partners to provide innovative solutions that prioritize regenerative approach, optimize benefit to communities, and tackle inefficiencies at the different points within the value chain. Here are a few agribusiness startups that incorporate circularity in their operations.
AgriCity is an agri-tech startup that aims to help urban dwellers sustainably cultivate their own foods in the comfort of their homes, schools, or workplaces. Our debut product, the Smart Agri Pyramid System, is a semi-automated solar-powered device that permits the simultaneous cultivation of fishes, vegetables, and chickens for consumption.
We are passionate, purpose-driven, and inspired by one mission: to harness the power of smart farming to foster youth involvement in agriculture.
My name is Shakwe Afalayan, and I'm the founder of Garden in a Box Africa. Garden in a Box Africa is an organic vegetable starter kit that helps you grow and access safe and nourishing food in the comfort of your home. So this is an organic pesticide made from neem trees. So this is neem oil extract, so no toxic chemicals. So this is 3 kg compost manure made from my kitchen food waste, so everything is organic. These are grow bags made from waste textile materials. So for those who don't have a space in the backyard or front yard to grow, you can grow your crops in this grow bag. Adding tools to make growing fun in your home.
I think that video is incomplete, but I can carry on, because I was just trying to spotlight some agripreneurs that are beginning to think how we can have a regenerative and resilient food system in Nigeria. And some other best practices are Mac Protein and Cold Hub. We understand the energy crisis, lack of power supply in our society, and our cold value chain is an important element that we often do not speak about. And so when we have agripreneurs as such, Code Hub that offers farmers flexible pay as a store subscription model, good initiative from those. Again, Mark Protein, they use insects as a biotechnology catalyst to manufacture organic materials. And likewise, the other three that you see here on the table. And so for food systems, like I said earlier, when you look at the business, it's supposed to be a business really. And the business opportunities that arise from this can really be harnessed. I had spoken about oil palm, and food system would resonate more to industry players when they see the numbers. I know previous sessions like plastic, Mr. Clem Ogoju talked about financing and not just looking at grants and a host of others, but core business within this circular economy model. What you see on the screen here is another example for sugarcane. In the north central of Nigeria, sugarcane plantations, vast expanse of land. And sugar, bagasse, all of those were areas where in the 50s and the 60s, there was a lot of traction. And so we have several secular business models in that aspect, which are just waiting for investors to come on board. And really, cost-benefit analysis is always known. The benefits of the circular food system from the sugarcane mill plant is enormous, really. What you see as a break-even analysis there is a study conducted privately, which has been identified for sugar processing somewhere in the north central. The outgrowers, over 2,000 farmers, sugarcane farmers, have been negotiated with, discussed already. So everyone really is on board. And so this is one area where, if we talk circular food systems, we pick all these cash crops one at a time, and then we can see how really they can become circular. Of course, if you look at the chart again, picked from a research material, there will be opportunities that would benefit both the social, economic, and environment. On the left-hand side, there's non-discrimination, no child labor. All of this are factored into what the models for a system of sugarcane milling plant can look like. We have to connect the dots, really. I talked about outgrowers when I mentioned sugarcane. Farmers always want things driven down to their understanding. The picture you see here, I was a part of this team in Katsina Ala in Benue State, that's North Central Nigeria again, having to create awareness on agric inputs and ratios for several agric inputs in the cultivation of several different crops. And really what we picked from it is, apart from their understanding, their own local indigenous knowledge, there's a need to build capacity and skills, such as mainly from the big corporations and the multinational players. Again, there's need for infrastructure, for technology, and incentives. So a bit of cross-subsidization and all whatnot. But I had to put here, we need to marketing to influence consumer behavior. I know my colleague earlier spoke about I think your figure was 164 kg per capital. Nigeria, the report from UNEP says 189. I don't know who is chasing after who, but you see, these are behavioral patterns that we also need to address to get our food system right. So the Nigerian chapter of ASEN, very active and vibrant, thanks to all my colleagues, members of the chapter, and of course, from ASEN headquarters. We have defined our circularity of need for Nigeria, and we have touched on the three, and that's our triangle for water, food, and energy, and they are all interconnected. Last year, I know Lara mentioned that there were 5 African studios. Nigeria was privileged to be, selected. we had our activities, but prior to that, to the studio, we had side events where we looked at energy and discussed. We had a vast array of energy value chain players, and from all sectors, including the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission. And our reports would soon be out on that. We had an accelerator session on harnessing circular opportunities where we discussed precisely maize, cassava, and coconut. We have all those reports that will be available to share. I'm just trying to, make you realize that there's a lot that can be done in the Nigerian space, and ACEN Nigeria chapter is very well, ready and willing and open to a lot of collaboration and partnerships. Before I finish, I looked at the whole scenario around circular food systems, and I decided to put this ball together. The Nigerian proverbs that says, "Find what does not produce food." Precisely. We can speak all the grammar, thank you, sir, and talk so much. But if we do not knuckle down and begin to look at all of these words that I've put here, we can't actually achieve a circular food system. Very important, farmers-herders conflict, social issue is an important element. The value chains, genetically modified foods. I was speaking with an octogenarian sometime, and she said, "Kemi, I don't know when they started preserving bread. When I was growing up, when you buy bread, the shelf life is just 2 days. But now you have bread that you can keep for 2 weeks. I really do not understand it." And I said, "Mad." But that would be an extensive conversation. And so there are many talking points, and the ball here has quite a number, that we really need to look at to talk real circular food systems. So let me cement this picture in your minds. To conclude, this was taken in South Africa last year at our annual general meeting. These are all executive members, some of the executive members and founders of ACEN, who have been working actively in all spheres, across all sectors, to ensure that Africa is not left behind on this train of circular economy. And so with that, I say thank you very much for your audience. If time permits, I'm not sure, but I'll leave that to Lara for questions. Thank you.
And also, happy birthday, Kemi, from all the ACEN team. It makes it so much more valuable that you've decided to spend your day with us. So, thank you for this wonderful presentation of some examples in Nigeria. I hope again that they can inspire some people in the room, and all the speakers today will be available for questions during the lunch that we will have shortly. So before wrapping up this quick session on circular food systems, I would like to remind ourselves that any kind of change and transition must be made keeping in mind the consequences that all this has from a social point of view. The circular economy, as well as sustainability, is not just about economy, the environment. It has a great social aspects. So we cannot ignore what happens to the local communities as we try to implement circularity in their daily lives. So our next speaker, Katharina Gehring, will present to you one of the most recent projects which ACEN is involved in, and this project has at heart a just transition. Katharina is an executive member of ACEN and currently coordinates and implements projects such as the Just 2CE, which is the project that she will present, as well as Circular South Africa. Her background is in ecology, environmental management, and systems thinking. Her main focus is on circular economy and how this concept can be implemented in a just way in South Africa. Her experience reached from multidisciplinary and mixed method research such as life cycle sustainability assessments, research coordination, project management, event coordination, action plan development to educational facilitator. Please help me welcome this lovely and energetic lady, Katharina.
Hi, everyone. I feel the energy is lacking here. I can feel it on myself. The last few days were really full of amazing knowledge, and now we feel the energy is draining. So please bear with me. I won't keep you too long. I'm going to speak to the Just to CE project, but I really want to kind of give you a teaser around the social aspects of the circular economy. And by no means, I'm no expert in this. This is a developing concept. It's going to evolve, and we have to have a lot of very critical discussions around the concept itself. So what is a just circular economy? Can I just ask some people in the audience to give me one keyword that comes to your mind? What would be the just part of the circular economy for you? Inclusivity, yes. Gender balance. Responsibility. Sustainability, okay. Wonderful. So I think we have spoken about food systems, we have spoken to resources, and all those social indicators were indirectly or directly touched upon, right? So we do need to ask those questions: where's the social dimension involved within the circular economy, especially if we are also shifting from a more extractive economy to a sharing economy, for example. And those questions also need to be talked about in the global north. This is not just a discussion we're going to have in the global south. So I just draw up like what the just circular economy looks to me like. And the words that are marked with an asterisk are basically the words that define what the fundamental human needs are. So they are participation, protection, creation, subsistence, understanding, identity, affection, and recreation. And I think we all can agree that those are the things that we also need to achieve through a circular economy. I'm not going to bore you with the definition of the circular economy. There is no one definition. I know ISOS is currently looking at creating one definition, but I do think, as I said before, the concept is going to evolve. It is going to be different in each of the contexts. But looking at the three pillars that we all know through the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, where they say the circular economy has to regenerate nature, we should maybe also just say circular economy also has to regenerate us as humans. And yes, we are included in nature, but we need to be a little bit more specific around that topic. And this graph has put it quite nicely. It is basically the extended version of the butterfly diagram, putting humans at the center. So if you have circular economy community initiatives like repair shops and places where people can actually co-create and come together, share their ideas, you're also creating actually a place for a community to come together and be resilient and have a place of belonging. I'm not going to bore you too much with the fact. I think this figure speaks for itself. So if you look at it, you see, for example, on the top right-hand side, you see Canada, a nation that has not a big social shortfall, right? People are taken care of. Even if you're unemployed, you get a grant. There's a good health system in place, a good educational system in place. However, if you look on the x-axis, they overshoot the ecological indicators quite dramatically by nearly 550%. And what the study has shown, they looked at 144 countries over quite an extensive period, is actually the more countries achieve the social shortfalls and they increase one of the indicators on the social shortfall sides, they're starting to overstep one of the planetary boundaries. So I think we just need to keep that in mind, that there is a massive trade-off at the moment in regards to social development. And now I'm just speaking briefly to the Horizon 2020 project. It's called the Just to CE project, but we're not alone. We have 15 implementation partners. The project is led by the UAB, so the Autonomous University of Barcelona in Spain. And what we're trying to really understand is how a circular economy is possible and desirable, and what technical, geopolitical, and social factors can enable or actually hamper a just transformation.
And we have spoken about gender yesterday during the South Side event, which was not just gender, it was more the labor aspect, the decent to create more jobs, but also to create decent jobs. So that was mentioned, and Circle Economy has done a fantastic study on that and really also highlighted the research gaps that we have currently around decent work. The research is very much, again, focused on the global north. But labor is only one aspect, right? We also need to look at gender. So we're not only talking about gender inequalities, but we also need to look at how the circular economy actually has to become care-orientated. That means closing the loop between productive and reproductive work that at the moment still females carry out the most. We also need to talk about environmental justice. So who's actually paying for the transition? And this is where we need to have very open conversations with one another, and where trade agreements are coming in quite intensively as well. Just to close off is to say the circular economy is absolutely complex, and now I'm putting a social layer on top of it. So it's not going to become easier, but I think we need to be open to have a very honest discussion with one another and to almost embrace that uncomfortable space of jumping into the cold water and including the social dimension. Because if we don't include the social dimension, we are unfortunately basically just changing the linear economy, taking over the same norms and values, and have the same system in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katharina, for reminding us that we should leave something positive, not just for the environment, but also for the next generations from a social perspective. So, as promised earlier, we did not answer, of course, all the questions that I asked. However, if there's one message that I would like for our audience to understand today, is that whatever happens or does not happen in Africa has an impact on the rest of the world. And the earlier we understand this, the earlier we can start to truly collaborate and make the whole world a little bit more circular. Now, farmers design their fields based on the surrounding reality. So it's up to us to bring some of the inspiring ideas that I hope we've found in this 3-day forum at this point, take them back home, and try to make a difference in shaping Africa's future food system. It's up to us to demand a new way of making food. We are the consumers, so we are the ones who have the power to shape our food systems in the market to make them more circular. As a society, at this point, we have reached a point where we should completely rethink our way of producing. And we should incorporate a little bit more in our lifestyles the words of the song by Pete Seeger, who says, if it can't be reduced, reused, repaired, rebuilt, refurbished, refinished, resold, recycled, or composted, then it should be restricted, redesigned, or removed from production. Thank you very much for your attention today. You can contact us. Here's some of my contacts, but my colleagues will be all around the room if you would like to become a member of ASIN or also help us support us in our growth, because at the end of the day, it's a volunteer-based NGO. And I really truly hope to see you next year or in other events with some tangible examples of what circularity has become in the last year. Thank you.
Reuse, repaired, rebuilt, refurbished, refinished, resold, recycled, or composted. Then it should be. Restricted, redesigned. Or removed.
Hello everyone, we're not done yet. Please, can we all sit down? I was just letting Lara's music to play, because you know someone is very passionate about a topic when they have music to support it. Yeah, so, but we're not done for the day yet. In just a few minutes, please. Yeah. Thank you very much, Lara, for that very inspiring session. Thank you to the speakers too for the wonderful presentations. And one person that has not spoken, and he's here, really implementing a project in Rwanda around the food systems area, is Eric Rukumanze. Sorry about that. Can you just wave from where you are? He's the project manager for with WRI for the food systems project in Rwanda. Yeah. So before we move on to the closing remarks, which will come from the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Environment and Green Economy of Zambia, would hear from two entrepreneurs that we have with us on the ground here. They are winners from the Youth Adapt Challenge from the African Development Bank that Tony had mentioned earlier. And they've actually been here the past 3 days speaking about their models, but it will be unwise if we don't give them a fair hearing here. So we'll hear first from Fela Akinse on video, but then give him 1 minute to say something that is not captured on the video. So I would invite him to the stage while the video plays. Thank you.
The plastic plague around the world is visible and inescapable. My name is Fela, and I'm the CEO and also a co-founder at Salubata. And at Salubata, our mission is to invent lifestyle technologies that help people and the planet. We currently occupy this niche where we repurpose shoes from ocean-deemed plastic waste. To put simply, we take plastic waste, which will eventually end in our oceans, and convert them into shoes. We take this kind of plastic waste and convert them into these shoes. And these shoes are not just made from plastic waste alone, but also modular. Modular in the sense that I can readily detach the components of these shoes and just convert them into these very stylish shoes. And so for the consumer, you are not sacrificing style for you to get a sustainable shoe, whereas you're even getting more fashionable shoe. And for us, it's more impact for us because we are saving over 70% of manufacturing energy for producing an extra shoe. With this innovation, we also enable more consumers to wear more shoes from plastic waste. In fact, this has enabled us to drive even more recurrent sales on our business. We've generated revenue of over $840,000 to date since we won the Youth Adapt Award in 2021, received investment from Techstars Accelerator, and many more. We've also partnered with Amazon to scale our innovation into 7 major markets in the EU, including the UK. In a year alone, there are over 381 million tons of plastic waste produced. Sadly, just only about 9% of this waste have ever been recycled, like ever. And so we started imagining if we could convert all of this plastic waste into shoes. We also realized that the potential for impact is so huge. The global footwear market by 2027 will be worth $564 billion. We currently own 2 global patents on this innovation. Because we also realize that the downward impact of these pollutants affect the people in the underserved communities the most, especially the women, we decided to commit 5% of our profit to the cause of empowering women in these communities. And so for us, our near goal in 6 months' time is to attain a critical mass of 10,000 shoes month on month. With this, our plan is to be able to recollect these shoes back when they are worn out and repurpose them back into other shoes. And with this, we're able to establish a closed loop system where zero waste escapes. We imagine reaching just 1% of the global footwear market. And with this, we'll be able to empower over 282,000 women and convert over 6.5 billion PET plastic waste into shoes. Imagine the kind of impact we can make by fostering our solution globally. Thank you so much for being part of what we're building. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for appreciating what we're doing. To add to what has been said, our shoes are now sold globally within the EU and also in the US. We are currently launching Salubata in Los Angeles right now. And I have my co-founder there. And so we believe we can drive a global impact from there also. But then for us, there's still a whole lot that is needed to grow fast. We compared our growth rate to maybe some brands in the US like Rothy's, Allbirds, and they grew within a very short time. And so if the impact is not significant, if the scale is not significant, then there's no impact. And so we can't keep growing at this rate and assume we are going to reach where we're going. And so We're currently raising a seed round investment to be able to scale to a minimum of 10,000 shoes per month. And so we have about 1 million in commitment right now. Currently looking for people and investors that would support us to round off that round. Additionally, we're also trying to license our patent to other countries. We currently have a request from China. Some people want to also, like a franchise, license our patent there. But then our goal right now is to be able to localize this impact. We don't intend to produce all the shoes in the world. But then this is our way of also trying to grow our impact. And so thank you so much for supporting us. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fela. Next is Noel Nguesan, the CEO for Lono. So I would play the video. Please bear with the quality of our videos. You know how it's difficult to get entrepreneurs who are fully on the field to commit to doing videos because they are very occupied. So let's pay attention to the message and he would come on stage. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Noel Nguesan, co-founder and CTO of Lono, based in Côte d'Ivoire. As a process engineer, student in Canada, I chose quite early on to pick a specialization path that would be relevant for West Africa. So it became clear that processes that could extract value from carbon and nutrients in agricultural waste offered a value proposition to millions of farmers and businesses active in the cocoa, palm oil, cotton, rubber, cassava, all these agro-value chains that anchor the local economy. Now, did you know that for every ton of products actually sold, 2 to 9 tons of organic material is left as waste to rot or burnt? I'm talking about these different agricultural value chains and their products. They generate much more waste than actual product. Did you also know that soil fertility was in continuous decline in those regions because fertilizer use is below the minimum required? And the costs of the inputs or the soil analysis is not accessible to over 90% of farmers. Now, as a company, we make fermentative bioprocesses that can extract this value accessible to farmers and small businesses, also to factories. So we do this either as ready-to-use equipment, but also as a service, depending on the quantity and the type of the waste. Now, over this journey, our first learning was that these different agricultural value chains have a different maturity, one from the other. The farmers at the base, how structured they are in terms of cooperatives and financial capacity, how dynamic the local processing market is that drives this production, how the inputs are procured and how they are managed to make sure that they have maximum impact on the yield. So a good understanding of these value chains in the respective countries is the starting point. The second learning is that the farmers at the base of the pyramid are close to 2 million, and they farm on less than 3 hectares. And there's 15,000 larger farmers and industrial plantations that have more than 20 hectares. So the majority of the farmers don't really have investment capacity. They need access to these solutions on a pay-as-you-go basis or as a service. Now, the last lesson was that environmental benefits are not easily monetized, so that they don't contribute to our bottom line. Even when they are clearly recognized, this is changing, but the focus as a business still has to remain on the actual economic value you create by the solution for your users.
So hi everyone, thank you again, and shaved my beard, so I look a bit different. So just there was said enough, but maybe to make a bit more clear what we do is everyone is unanimous that waste can be gold, can be value, but how to do it profitably, how to attract investment to do it at a meaningful scale, because the problem is so large, a little glass is not worth a party, So you got to do it at a big scale, and that's where we try to come in, So identify the real bridges, real hurdles, and build the bridges through pilot projects or through technological innovation. So we have very compact solutions that anyone can use, but we also implement industrial projects. So we create project companies, we do feasibility studies, we bring in external consultants to do the due diligence and so on, eventually raise financing and implement industrial projects. So there's really the two scales, really the small scale and the industrial scale, that are both relevant because there's field residue and industrial residue. It all needs to be circularized. So yeah, I mean, we open to any talks to discuss a bit more detail what we do, because we have many value chains we work in, different maturity projects. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Fela and Noel. They would be with us during lunchtime, so feel free to engage with them, to partner with them either as an organization, or if you want to be an angel investor, there's that opportunity, I guess. So to wrap up for today, I mean, thanks so much for staying with us all through. I would call the permanent secretary from the Ministry of Environment and Green Economy of Zambia to give us the closing remarks. You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my great honor and pleasure to be given this opportunity to provide some closing remarks. Now, I'm even confused. I had planned to proceed in a particular manner, but looking at what Dr. Anton and his young people is doing, it's really touching. Like he's always emphasized, the maiden age for Africa is 19.5. Now look at these amazing things that these young people from Africa are doing. In fact, when they are speaking here, they don't look like young people. They have the thing in them and they are speaking from their hearts. Dr. Anton and team really are doing a great job. I'd like to recognize the presence of the representatives from the African Development Bank, government officials from the government of Finland, the Nordic Innovation Fund, senior government officials from Finland and from elsewhere present here, Your Excellencies, ambassadors representing different countries present here, directors of different governments and ministries, and ladies and gentlemen, I recognize your presence, all of you. The topics that were discussed in this session are all very interesting, and I hold them dear to my heart. If you talk of green minerals, this is becoming a big issue now. And I remember during the session here, there was one very complicated question that was asked, that what does it mean? On one hand, we want to increase production of minerals. In my own country, in Zambia, we are looking at upping our copper production from about 800 metric tons currently to 3 million tons through 2030. So on one hand, we are saying, let us secularize, reduce the consumption. On the other hand, we want to increase copper production. There was a very interesting question that was asked there, that what does this mean in the context of secularity? So we don't have the answers, but it's food for thought. There was also a topic on common standards, and it became very clear that in Africa, currently, standards around plastics do not exist. And yet that is the biggest challenge that we have on the continent. And you see, if indeed it is true that prevention is better than cure, rather than looking for heaps and heaps of plastic to recycle, why don't we go to the manufacturing side of things and see how best these plastics can be manufactured in a manner that they are less harmful to the environment? We don't have the answers. Food for thought. Food systems. This has become a whole big research agenda. If you look at academic papers, we have gone to a point where now we are talking about even urban farming, urban agriculture. We want cities to feed themselves, but we know that cities globally occupy only about 1% of the total land mass. But these are the biggest polluters. They have the highest concentration of people, but these people are not growing food to feed themselves. This food comes from far away, the ecological footprint now. And this is the issue in the food systems. We have not resolved. Food is produced many miles away from the city. It must be transported to the city. Who's transporting it? What are the wastages along the way? when it reaches the city finally, how much waste of this food do we see? So it's a whole complicated story. And as we go back home, we all have some food for thought, issues to think about and see how best we can resolve this problem. It's very clear that we are running an ecological overshoot. The human economy is running an ecological overshoot. I think Riz and Kanago have been preaching about this. We did this overshoot somewhere around the late 80s. At the moment, we need 1.6 globes to sustain the consumption habits that we are doing at the moment. But me, I'm a geographer, and from the high school geography that I learned, I only know that we have only one Earth. So where do we get the 0.6 extra Earth? What this means, ladies and gentlemen, is that the amount of natural capital that we consume in 1 year, the Earth is not able to regenerate within that 1 year. It needs 1.6 months or years to regenerate. And this is where I'm saying it's no longer a question of if or what. There is room for circularity. This ecological overshoot that we are running, it can only be resolved, or one of the answers to this is circularity. So there is room for circularity. What we are doing here, we are not wasting time. We are on the right track. Let's go and upscale whatever we are doing, whether you're in the plastic sector, whether you're in the food system sector. You are the solution to this problem that is sitting before us. In Kigali, in 2002, there was call for action. And we know that we are running behind, we are behind time. So we have come to Helsinki to accelerate that call for action. So we are gathered here to remind each one of us that there is need to up our speed in whatever little activities we are doing around circularity to solve this global problem that is sitting before us. So what are we doing here in Helsinki? We are here to learn best practices. We are here to network. We are here to learn from the gurus. But now let me address ourselves as Africans. Some of the best practices that we are going to pick from here, they are not applicable in our context. So your challenge, you and me, when we go back to Africa, this is an African session and I'm addressing Africa now. Go and contextualize. Look at the roadmap, the circular economy roadmap for Finland, and adapt it to the local context. Once you have adapted it to the local context, go to action, the call for action from Kigali. Accelerate that action, the call from Helsinki. Forget about the standards that are not existing. These guys, the youth who have come here, they have no standards in Nigeria, but look at the shoes that they are making. Without a standard. Without a standard. I'm not saying standards are not important. All I'm saying is, as we are waiting for the standards to be developed, let's move. Let's do something, and it's possible. It is doable. In Africa, the informal sector will be crucial. There was a gentleman from Ghana and talking about the huge problem of plastic waste there. The goodness with Africa, we have a lot of similarities across the continent. We have a huge plastic problem around the place. He has a problem where the colored bottles do not have uptakers. So what we can do, I think, in the meantime, as long as it's not very costly, let's get them and stockpile them somewhere. But I just want to indicate here that in Africa, the informal sector will play a key role. Even as we are trying to learn these best practices from elsewhere, let's bear at the back of our mind that the informal sector will be key. And in any case, all these SMEs we are talking about here, most of them are coming from the informal sector. So let's find a way. The people who can do the separation at source, the people who can aggregate, mostly are women, and women, most of whom might not be in employment. And this becomes a job creation arena. So just to encourage all of you, it's been wonderful. We've enjoyed ourselves here in Helsinki, and we thank you for your hospitality. You've kept us very well, and we are grateful for that. And just to encourage each one and every one of us in here, as we go back to Africa, I'm saying Africa because this is an African session. We have a lot of work to do. Something is already happening in Africa. Let us go and upscale those good practices that we are doing back home. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone, for staying with us right through to the end. So there's lunch served outside here. Please feel free eat. Kemi, you know, go get jollof rice here. Yeah. So please feel free eat, and then any leftovers will be taken to charity in the spirit of no food waste. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Have a good time, and bye-bye.